Chapter 1271. Captain Strum was slower than Gustav, but due to his 6 arms, he managed to keep up with Gustav's strike, dealing an almost equal amount of destructive force with each of his strikes as well. Bang! Boom! 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 All the spectators could see were thousands of blurry fists, all moving forward at the same time and causing the icicle rocks in the vicinity to quake intensely as some of them crumbled from the impact. "I have gone toe-to-toe with the strongest being here. You are nothing," Gustav stated with a powerful tone as his fists suddenly began to increase in strength and speed while he pushed forward. "What is this? Why is he getting stronger?" Captain Strum did his best to maintain a prideful expression, but soon found himself getting pushed back. His figure began sliding across the icy ground as Gustav pushed forward. At this moment, his Encore appeared behind Gustav and conjured another massive bluish spear. Through! It stabbed the spear downwards with intensity at Gustav's tiny figure. Gustav felt his body contract a little as his speed decreased with spear closing in on him. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Thrazhas. His figure turned into a streak of lightning that reappeared on the massive 2,000 feet icicle, which was on the far right. Bang! The massive, bluish, glowing spear missed, stabbing into the ground before Captain Strum. A wide reduce of the ground turned into light particles and disintegrated upon contact. Captain Strum figured that Gustav's evasion would give him a bit of time to gather himself when a loud blast suddenly rang out. It had come from Gustav's direction. Screeve, Gustav had leapt down the giant icicle and swung his claws towards its base. The 2,000 feet large icicle was uprooted from its base, and Gustav could be spotted holding it up. Before Captain Strum could understand what was going on, Gustav's figure spun across the air with immense speed while the massive icicle was in his grasp. "Don't be a bother!" His voice rang out, and in the next instant the massive icicle shot forward the moment he released it. "To hush! Rho Alpha Pi D Alpha Nu Omicron V Epsilon L." Captain Strum had his Encore conjure another spear in the last moment, which it swung forward to parry the incoming icicle projectile. Boom! Upon collision, the 2,000 feet long icicle split into 2 halves and then crumbled into multiple large icy chunks that slowly began to disintegrate in midair. However, some of the large ice chunks slammed into Captain Strum's Encore before they vanished like stones that had been catapulted. Bang! 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 The massive Encore staggered backwards as it took damage. Meanwhile, Gustav's figure had moved the moment he turned the 2,000 feet icicle into a projectile. He arrived before Captain Strum once more while sending forth a flurry of attacks. Boom! 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 They clashed repeatedly once more, stirring up destructive ripples that spread across the entire battle stage. KRRYYC KRRYYC. Despite not making direct contact with the barriers covering the stage, cracks and fissures had already appeared all over them. Bang! 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 "You have the power of time, but guess what?" Gustav's cold voice penetrated the ears Captain Strum as he continuously pushed him backwards with more powerful barges. HNNGHH. Captain Strum's face scrunched up as he tried to keep up with his 6 arms. "I'm faster," Gustav stated before taking up his speed by another notch. Captain Strum's eyes only noticed a bunch of blurs before a couple of Gustav's fists tore past his arms, which were also swinging forward in defense. Bang! 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 It was like 4 fists had hit Captain Strum at the same time as he suddenly felt heavy force slam into his face, neck, chest, and abdominal region. Clerk! Captain Strum's entire body was sent flying across the air as he puked out blood while his back caved out. Bam! 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 He slammed through a plethora of giant icy rocks, breaking right through them as his body continuously traveled further across the air from the attacks. "Also, am stronger in this state," Gustav's voice rang out right beside his ears as one of his eyes suddenly spotted a figure above him. Bang! Another powerful fist slammed into Captain Strum's face before he could react, sending him tumbling downwards heavily. Boom! His body created a crater the moment it collided with the icy ground, causing cracks to spread across the entire vicinity. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kumfwayuii. Gustav didn't stop for a moment as his figure streaked downwards, leaving afterimages across the air. Boom! He landed on Captain Strum's figure, causing the Draken to further burrow into the icy ground from collision. Gustav proceeded to grab his head immediately and spun around with intense speed before flinging him forward. At this point, Captain Strum's eyes were starting to turn blurry as his figure crashed into an icy palace hanging thousands of feet away from the ground. The spectators were in awe at how incredibly violent and intense Gustav was being. They compared this battle to the one with the captain of the Klaxosapes and realized Gustav had taken things up a notch. It was almost like he was more powerful and more intentful with his attacks, which were well calculated. All in all, it was different. Was Gustav just stronger when he was fueled by hatred? Or had learnt from his last intense battle and used that to improve himself? GHHRHH. This damned earthling. I can't keep letting him humiliate me like this, Captain Strum thought as he reached out to grab Gustav's hands again to stop him from striking. Bam! 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 He managed to catch one of Gustav's hands and tried to block a couple of blows from the other one, but ended up missing one of them. Bang! Another fist to the face sent Captain Strum crashing towards the T-shaped icy rock on the other end of the barrier. Fwyi, Gustav's figure ascended and streaked across the air once more while brandishing his claws. However, before he could arrive at Captain Strum's position, the Draken made a hand gesture. Captain Strum's Encore suddenly appeared behind him and scooped him up. Screeve, the massive T-shaped icy mountain, lost its head as silvery energy from Gustav's claws tore across its entirety. Captain Strum, who was above, leapt to the head of his 120 feet tall Encore. The shadowy Encore's entire frame lit up at this moment. A thorny-looking glowing halo could be spotted floating above its head, and over 12 eyeballs arranged in a circular format appeared on the halo. It looked like the Encore was clad in a robe and it emitted a bright blue glow, but its head lacked a face. A powerful pressure descended upon the environment as the Encore stood before Gustav like a deity. Dash, Strum has activated the full power of his Encore. Dash, things are about to get even more intense. Dash, let's hope the Earthling survives. Dash, the Earth Captain has proven to be tough, but this is the end for him. In the Draken spectators area, they had looks of relief as they stared at the battle with Captain Strum's Encore emitting a blinding glow. They were initially worried, seeing how the battle had been going with Gustav's speed being greater than anyone had expected, but now their confidence had returned. On the battle stage, Captain Strum raised one of his arms and an intensifying glow appeared around his palm. I didn't get to show you my full strength the last time. Feast your sight upon my pow. Before Captain Strum could complete his sentence, a silver streak cut across the air. Shut up! Gustav's palm crashed into Captain Strum's face in the next instant. Pah! The loud, crispy slap reverberated across the entire arena, causing the jaws of spectators to hang loosely as the prideful captain got catapulted off the head of his Encore. Why, this darned earthling! I will destroy you! Captain Strum yelled as a great wave of humiliation washed over him. Gustav was about to charge at Captain Strum once more, since he was starting to stabilize his body in midair. However, at this instant the eyes surrounding the massive glowing halo turned to stare at him. Three! Gustav suddenly felt a strange sensation permeate his entire body as he froze for an instant. That's new, he said internally with an expression of confoundment. Oh, this is not good, the system suddenly voiced. What is not good? At this same moment, the Encore joined its halves together, and a bright glow bursted forth from its being. It was like a harmless surge of energy that spread forth across the entire battle stage, covering Gustav and everything else within. What the? As Gustav raised his hand, he noticed mirages forming due to his movement, making his arm look like it was more than 10 in number. Fwye at this instant, Captain Strum suddenly charged at Gustav, his speed multiplying by 10 times its original. Chapter 1272, The Astonishing Power of Time. At this instant, Captain Strum suddenly charged at Gustav, his speed multiplying by 10 times its original. Fwye, this is the end for you, he voiced as he raised all 6 of his arms the moment he arrived before Gustav. Zing, 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 zing. His palms emitted bluish glows as he thrust at Gustav, who tried to move swiftly. However, mirages of Gustav appeared across the air in the next moment, lining up sideways as they displayed his exact movements before he even made them. Bang, 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 bang. Following Gustav's current pattern prediction, Captain Strum thrust his palms in the direction Gustav was evading to hitting him square on. Before Gustav's body got blasted back, mirages had already appeared behind him, displaying the distance at which his body would travel after this hit. It seemed like time had come to a standstill at this moment as Captain Strum's figure vanished and appeared where Gustav would be before thrusting repeatedly once more. Bang, 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 bang. Gustav spat out blood as his figure got blasted forward again with immense force from Captain Strum's multiple attacks. All Gustav could see at this moment was that Captain Strum was everywhere at the same time. He would get hit before he could even process the attack that came before. If his body was blasted from behind, he would be hit the moment he veered forward a bit from up ahead, only for him to be hit again by another Captain Strum before he could realize what was going on. Bang, 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 bang. While Gustav was repeatedly taking these attacks due to being unable to avoid them, his silver scales were disappearing. Any part of his body where Captain Strum made contact with, some features of that body part would vanish. HNGHH. He turned the battle ring into a time domain. This is beyond foresight. He can predict my movements, practically seeing into the future. Time is slowed down for me, but quick for him, so it's like he pauses time after every movement, which makes it seem like he is everywhere. Gustav analyzed as he repeatedly waved arms around to block attacks, all to no avail. Despite Gustav's speed in the state of ultimate combination, he was literally in a stand-still motion before Captain Strum. Captain Strum was bending time to his will around the entire vicinity, leaving Gustav no chance to evade or counter his attacks. Soon the blue glow that encapsulated the battle stage began to spread beyond. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The arena turned noiser as panic spread across. No one was interested in getting affected by Captain Strum's time-related power, especially after seeing how Gustav was affected. Redirect the spread of the energy right now. Handler 1 swiftly gave command to a group of handlers who quickly swooped forward to take care of the situation. Every time a battle includes Earth's captain, extra precautions need to be taken. Handler 1 had a worrisome look as he peered forward. The current predicament seemed perilous for Gustav, but he was working on a way to get out of it despite having sustained lots of damage. Fwye, his entire frame got covered in layers of Iro silk as he also made use of atomic manipulation. The Iro silk soon became covered in milky-colored energy as well. Pointless. My power of time reverses all. Captain Strum's voice rang loudly in Gustav's ears as he began furiously attacking the barrier Gustav had surrounded him with. Bang, 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 bang. The repeated sound of collision rang out, and from the spectators' area, it looked like a rocky structure was zipping across the battle stage at fast pace due to Captain Strum's furious barrages. For now, Gustav was free from taking damage from Captain Strum's attack. However, anyone could tell that this wouldn't last. The strong power of atomic disintegration was no match for time as it slowly vanished with every strike along with the Iro silk barrier. Time is a power that cannot be battled against. Even the strongest beings in this universe cannot battle certain aspects of time. I need to make time dysfunctional to escape this. Gustav's mind was running at a very quick pace. Millions of thoughts appeared in his mind as the barrier whittled away. If I use that, it won't have much effect unless I stack them, and he doesn't see it coming, but he sees everything coming. Gustav was having a hard time figuring out what to do, but soon he decided on something. Captain Strum zipped backwards suddenly as mirages of red ripples spread across the place. In the next instant, the real ripples of crimson energy blasted forth across the entire vicinity. Captain Strum had gotten away in time to avoid the blast due to his prediction ability in full swing. However, the moment the blast whittled down, Captain Strum felt an unfathomable pull from up ahead. His eyes widened slightly as a sphere-shaped ball of energy oozing with dark matter appeared before him. What the? He tried to escape, but the pull was too great, and he found himself unable to move for a couple of moments. A mirage of a human figure appeared behind him bearing a fist while he was trying to escape the unprecedented pull from the dark sphere ahead, which had a ring swirling around it. Absolute. Before Captain Strum could complete his sentence, Gustav's bloody figure appeared behind him. His arm, which was arched back, shot forward with extreme speed, parting the air in the surroundings and causing powerful waves to spread sideways in its wake bang. It was like all of Gustav's pent-up frustration was stacked into this punch as it crashed into Captain Strum's back, sending him blasting forward with destructive rips, shooting across the battle stage. Crank. The first layer of barrier surrounding the stage shattered as Captain Strum's back caved in while he spat out a mouthful of white blood. The spherical-shaped dark sphere ahead pulled Captain Strum to its surface, causing his entire figure to twitch in slow motion as it seemed like he had been incapacitated. Zing, 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 zing. Gustav raised both his arms, causing small, swirling balls of darkness to appear around him. These balls were each the size or a fist, but they emitted a powerful suction force. Zing, 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 zing. Blue spherical-shaped balls of energy that were 10 times the size of the dark balls appeared in place as well, and proceeded to absorb the dark balls. The blue spherical-shaped balls turned blackish after absorbing the palm-sized swirling dark balls of energy. However, this wasn't the end as Gustav made more of the dark balls appeared. Zing, 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 zing. The 3 large spheres that were initially blue turned even darker as they absorbed more of these balls. The suction force became so great that everything within the battle stage started getting pulled towards them. Gustav clasped his palms together, and the spherical-shaped dark balls of energy swept forward, each positioning themselves on the south, east, and western sides of Captain Strum, who seemed to be struggling to set himself free. The suction force from all 4 of these spherical balls pulled Captain Strum from every corner, threatening to rip him to shreds. Every physical object in the vicinity was crumbling to atoms and being swallowed by the 4 spherical dark balls of energy. The icicles, the massive ice rocks, the massive ice palaces, the place-sized chains holding them, the battle stage, the layers of barriers. The spectators watched in awe as everything was getting consumed very quickly, light included. GHHRRHHHH. GHHRRHHHH. The entire arena that spanned for hundreds of thousands of feet began quaking despite the fact that not every layer of barrier had been destroyed. What Gustav had done was activate a mini black hole after using energy dispersal as a feint to get Captain Strum to evade. While Captain Strum was powerful and could twist the laws of time, he wouldn't take such an attack head on, especially when it covered such a range. That split moment was enough for Gustav to activate Mini Black Hole and conjured as many as he could within a second time frame before letting one of his spherical energy absorbers consume it. Theoretically, the spherical energy that Gustav used for absorbing the mini black holes should have been consumed, but because Gustav was currently making use of combination, he was able to combine them efficiently. With the spheres absorbing multiple mini black holes, they began even powerful black holes, which he used against Captain Strum. Strum couldn't see this despite his prediction ability, since Gustav was capable of making his spheres invisible. He only noticed it after the suction force had began pulling him to consume his entire existence. Gustav knew that black holes had effect on time. Despite not being able to stop time completely, the time dilation effects of a black hole was what he counted on to at least trap Captain Strum for a few. Follow current novels on topnovelfool.com. Chapter 1273. He conjured more to be on the safe side due to Captain Strum time-related abilities, but now it was looking like he had overdone it. The 9th layer of the barrier surrounding the battle stage crumbed to atoms as well and got consumed by the black holes. Captain Strum's Encore was surprisingly powerful enough to withstand the force of the black holes in its current state and stared at Gustav with 4 of its eyes. Gustav was well aware that it was about to activate an attack, but it was currently moving slowly due to black holes around. Captain Strum limbs were slowly ripping apart as he did his best to withstand the force of all 4, but what Gustav didn't realize was Captain Strum was struggling to utter a word. He didn't take notice of this because he had already flown towards the Encore ready to pierce it with powerful attacks. The handlers were running helter-skelter, trying to contain the spread of the destructiveness from Gustav and Captain Strum's battle stage, which was spreading further, disrupting other battles as well as spectators. Some of the powerful spectators joined hands to help despite their astonished expressions. The battle stage was void of physical objects, as everything had been swallowed up and the 9th barrier got blasted to pieces as well. Down below, the damage had eaten deep into the battleground that had created a hole through this part of the 9th disk. The solar system could be spotted with an expanse of darkness, spreading as far as the eyes could see. Strum, break out of it, don't disappoint me. In the Draken spectators area, Bronze medially clenched his fist tightly with a tensed expression as she stared at the battlefield. Who knew the Earth was capable of using the power of black holes? Another Draken by the side who had widened eyes voiced out. Many of the Drakens were currently on their feet with tensed and troubled expression as they stared at the state of the entire arena. Gustav's usage of abilities had surpassed their expectations and taken them by surprise. In this state, Strum was supposed to be unstoppable, but Gustav had proven to be truly beyond phenomenal. Dash, come on, Strum. Dash, he still hasn't used that, despite the destruction the entire arena was undergoing, which was disrupting the battles on other stages. A lot of spectators were at the edge of their seats, watching with keen eyes. It still seemed like Captain Strum was uttering something, albeit very slowly. His limbs were already ripping from his body as the black hole's suction force caused space around them to tear and mend continuously. Gustav had arrived before his Encore, but any attack he sent at the Encore would just reverse and completely vanish. The Encore was incapable of attacking Gustav at the moment, but reverse was also the case. Gustav, seeing as his attacks were getting reversed, turned towards Captain Strum. It was time to end this from the source. Gustav conjured another attack and was about to charge at Captain Strum when the bright blue glow emitting from the Encore suddenly became more vibrant. At this moment, Gustav was left with an expression of regret as he turned to stare at the Encore he had failed to damage. Absolute zero! Captain Strum's loud voice rang across the entire arena. Thririon! The vibrancy of the light emitted from the Encore phased past the barrier surrounding the stage. Thririon! It proceeded to encapsulate the entirety of the arena and then spread past the arena at very quick pace. From the space watchtower of planet Osius, their mouths widened as the glow spread across the entire 9 disks and covered them as well in a flash. In just a few moments, the glow had spread across galaxies, causing every single being bathed in its glow to pause their movements. Everything came to a standstill. Spectators, participants, humans, extraterrestrial life forms. I think you should take a look at this novel. Si Omicron M Alpha Pi D Alphas Nu Omicron V Epsilon L. Everything that existed came to standstill, including the most powerful people present as spectators in Aesop. Huh. Did he pause time? Gustav's eyeballs shifted as his figure paused in midair with his arms extended. He manipulated time on a universal scale this time. Even your black holes are affected, the system confirmed. Then, how come I am still conscious and aware? Gustav questioned internally. You're a cosmic superior being. You're one of the few people in the entire universe who is not completely affected by the power of time. In other words, you are immune in some aspects, but not entirely, the system explained. Am I the only one in Aesop who is currently conscious of this? Gustav noticed that no one else was moving. You are not. The others here are just choosing not to interfere or cannot interfere even if they are aware, but yes, everyone else is affected. At the same moment the system finished explaining this, time began to reverse. Gustav could feel his body affected by the bending laws of time as his figure reversed along with the atoms of objects in the vicinity, turning back to physical matter, rescinding from the black holes. Well damn, he didn't just pause time, he's rewinding it. Gustav came to this realization as Captain Strum's limbs, which had been ripped from his body, reattached. This is completely different from the spirit tax he had been using. This is time reversal on a universal scale. Miss Amy sat in place staring at the vicinity around her. She could clearly see that time was being manipulated on a large scale at this moment, and just like her, a few other powerful entities were aware. The few powerful entities like her that could break out of its hold would still be aware of everything that had happened, even when time had been reversed to the point that Strum was aiming for. Now how are you going to handle this, kid? Miss Amy was no doubt worried about the current predicament, since Gustav had never faced anyone on this level before, but she didn't want to interfere. It was his fight. Her figure slowly floated upwards, while everyone within the bubble of light were reversing. She watched from above with an expression of intrigue. Specks of sands were reversing and turning into solid objects, merging with the area they were currently situated within. The attacks from Gustav's figure had reversed back into his body, and he floated around the stage while time slowly reversed. The cracks on the barriers were mending and returning back to their original look as the layers slowly returned as well. Mist moved in reversal and transformed into massive icicles that merged to the ground across multiple spots on the battle stage. He is going to reverse the whole battle to a point where he was winning and prevent everything that happened from happening again, the system announced. I can see that. I don't think he is aware that I am Conchio. Gustav Crimson. You're finished. Captain Strum's voice rang out from up ahead as he sped towards him. Regardless of whether you're conscious or not, the time reversal affects your body too, so you have to completely break out of this if you want to prevent the same events from playing out again. Just as the system finished saying this, Captain Strum appeared before Gustav and sent a punch at his face. Plekm. An illusionary representation of Gustav phased out of his body the moment the fist slammed into him, spiraling across the air as blood oozed out of his nose. The illusionary figure turned completely physical in the next moment, causing there to be two of Gustav existing in the same place. The first Gustav was still being affected by the reversal of time as his body obeyed the manipulation Strum had commanded. The other, Gustav, paused in place as it seemed to be outside of the time reversal effect, but was also incapable of moving a muscle. Bang! 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 Captain Strum unleashed barrages of attack on the other Gustav, beating him to a pulp as he remained unable to fight back while time continued to flow in reverse. More problems. He plans to inflict damage on you, so when time finally reverses to the point of his satisfaction, you would have sustained a high amount of damage that will leave you incapacitated. Regeneration cannot work right now since time isn't flowing in order, so that should be impossible. Any damage he inflicts on me right now should also reverse. Gustav's body was in pain, but he battled to keep his mind active. Yeah, it should be impossible, but that is practically what he is doing. His ability to manipulate time is much irregular than I expected, the system stated. At this point, Gustav's bones made loud cracking noises and blood oozed out of his orifices, while Captain Strum continuously landed heavy blows on him. I need to break out of this. There's only one way to achieve full immunity against Strum's manipulation of time. Chapter 1274. There's only one way to achieve full immunity against Strum's manipulation of time. It should be fine since everyone else is affected right now. Gustav knew exactly what the system was referring to. His main self closed his eyes and focused on the center of his being. Tapping into the power that lay within Fly, Captain Strum dashed towards Gustav's figure in midair and was about to land another punch when his eyes suddenly emitted a bright glow. Tying a wave of unfathomable energy spread forth from Gustav's figure as his irises turned reddish pink and a cross-shaped golden glow appeared in his eyes. Zrire! Gustav's second figure pulled backward suddenly and merged with his first, causing Captain Strum's punch to miss. Huh? How? Captain Strum's face lit up with an expression of confoundment as he swiftly spun around. He spotted Gustav's figure starting to glow up as an unknown amount of pressure descended upon the vicinity. The pinkish with a mixture of gold aura circulating Gustav's being sent forth a divine wave across the battlistage that made Captain Strum feel like he was in the presence of God. A feeling of complete submission welled up from within as he stared at Gustav with an expression of reverence. Every fiber of his being was wanted to bow down in the face of Gustav's wake. Pa! Captain Strum slapped himself as he noticed he was subconsciously succumbing to Gustav. Is he? Could it be? Captain Strum couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Gustav free himself from the shackles of time reversal. Gustav raised his right arm, staring at his glowing figure with a straight face as he clenched his fist. I haven't activated cosmic superiority in full scale in a long time. Even without doing anything, it's already taking effect on the environment, Gustav said internally, while raising his face to stare at Captain Strum up ahead. You are. It doesn't matter. I won't let you defeat me. Captain Strum yelled and charged at Gustav in the next instant. Fuhush! Gustav peered at his incoming figure with an unbothered expression before making an utterance. Stop! Thry! His words rippled with absolute command and unfathomable power that immediately spread across the vicinity. Captain Strum's figure instantly paused in place with his multiple limbs outstretched. What in the world? He is truly a cosmic superior being. A cosmic superior being participating in ISOP. This must be a joke. My mind must be playing tricks on me. Captain Strum yelled internally as his body paused in place. Fall! Gustav's voice rang out again, and Captain Strum's figure descended from the air with speed. Faster! An unfathomable pressure descended upon Captain Strum's figure, causing him to fall faster. Bang! He slammed into the ground in the next instant, forming a new crater as his knees stamped to the cracked battle stage. Fwayai! Gustav landed before him with an expression devoid of emotions as he stared directly into Captain Strum's eyes. That prideful look. Do you HNNGHH think you're better than me? Captain Strum struggled to speak as shot an hateful glare at Gustav. Since you can still speak, it means I'm being too lenient. Gustav was surprised that Captain Strum managed to even speak with his cosmic superior energy active, but he wasn't done. Down! His voice rang out authoritatively, causing Captain Strum's figure to push against the ground 10 times harder than before. HGHNNN. Captain Strum tried his best to fight the Presu while trying to regain control of his body, but the more he tried to define, the stronger the pressure became. Every fiber of his being defied his command, overriding his will and following that of Gustav's as his body descended even further. Bam! He fell face flat in the next instant, bowing completely before Gustav. Captain Strum had never felt so humiliated before his life as he tried to roar out in defiance, but even his voice chose not to obey his will at this point. Despite the fact that spectators couldn't witness this moment due to the current state of time, he still felt immensely humiliated. He never expected the battle would go this way. He didn't think he'd be fighting with a cosmic superior being. Step, 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 step. He could hear Gustav's footstep echoing as he made his way across the cracked, icy mirror-like ground. The moment the sound stopped, Captain Strum knew Gustav was right in front of him. In the next instant, his feeling of humiliation multiplied. Gustav raised his right foot and placed it on Captain Strum's head. Stomp! His foot buried Strum's head deeper into the ice as he placed his right elbow on his knee and remained in place, daunting a relaxing expression for a bit. Captain Strum couldn't even writhe in dissatisfaction, since his body had completely succumbed to Gustav's will, but his mind was reeling in wrath. "I'll kill you, I swear, Gustav Crimson. I'll end you. I'll destroy you." No matter how much he yelled in his mind, Gustav left his foot resting on Captain Strum's head regardless. He knew how prideful Captain Strum was, and his major aim right now was to complete squash that pride. "Do you remember how you harmed my subordinate?" Gustav voiced, while twisting his leg to rub the sole of his boot on Captain Strum's head thoroughly. "I think you should take a look at Snovel. Siomicron. Yeah, you caused major problems to someone I care about," Gustav voiced while continuing rubbing foot across Captain Strum's head. "This will teach you to watch who you mess with." Gustav proceeded to take his foot off. Captain Strum's pride was bruised, but he thought it was at least over now. "Turn over!" Captain Strum's body flipped over with his face up and his back kissing the icy ground. "Stomp!" Gustav stomped his face in the next instant, rubbing the sole of his boot thoroughly on it. "I'll kill him if it's the last thing I do." Captain Strum became even more infuriated as Gustav's foot abused his face repeatedly. "Up!" Captain Strum's body floated upwards a bit before Gustav. "Speak!" Gustav gave Strum free will over his speech. "I will kill you. I will make you beg for mercy. I will gouge out your eyeballs and eat them." Captain Strum yelled out with a deep tone of fury and hatred. "Pah!" Gustav slapped his cheek, causing a loud sound of collision to ring out as Captain Strum's neck instantly twisted. Krrryychhh, his head turned 180 degrees, and blood flew out of his mouth. "Arfurg!" Captain Strum screamed in pain as his face became rooted to the back. This, of course, was not enough to kill him, but it inflicted an indescribable pain. "Oh, you sorry, my bad. You were talking trash, so I had to slap it out of your mouth," Gustav voiced with a tone of pity while grabbing Captain Strum's head and twisting it back to place. "I'll kill you, if it's the last thing I do. I don't care about Aesop anymore. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Krrryychhh. Another loud slap reverberated across the vicinity, accompanied with the sound of bone cracking as Captain Strum's neck twisted once more. "Gerharg." "My bad. I should have let you finish speaking first." Gustav twisted Captain Strum's neck back to its original angle. "Arg." Captain Strum's face was plagued with an expression of pain and hate as he began screaming profanities again. "Pa. Krrryychhh. Aga. Pa. Krrryychhh. Roelfen dialfes nu omicron v epsilon. Compa. Krrryychhh. Ger. The same scenario played out repeatedly with Captain Strum being on the receiving end of Gustav's brutal assault. Eventually, Captain Strum's voice turned hoarse from screaming, and he lost the will to threaten Gustav. His expression soon turned from unwillingness to tiredness as his voice started to lack the liveliness it had at the start. Captain Strum's Encore was incapacitated at the far end of the battle stage barrier. Gustav hadn't inflicted any damage on it in a while, but he guessed it was incapacitated due to the scale at which Captain Strum was manipulating time. Time was still being reversed even at this point, and Gustav could tell that this would continue to be the case until Captain Strum stopped it, ran out of energy, or passed out. "All right, it's about time we ended this charade," Gustav voiced as he let go of the Draken, who was no longer voicing out profanities. "Up. Fwyi bang. Down. Fwyi bang. Left. Fwyi bang. Right. Fwaiwai bang. Captain Strum's figure catapulted across the entire battle stage at fast pace, slamming into different areas as he continuously ricocheted off the ground and the icy structures in midair. Gustav's command was absolute and couldn't be battled against. It was like whatever he voiced would become reality. Blast! Boom! A loud explosion rang out, sending Captain Strum flying as his figure immediately became scalded. Blast! Boom! Another explosion rang out, sending Captain Strum shooting forward this time. Gustav floated in the direction Strum's figure was headed, and in the next instant he sent forth a fist. Bang! His fist slammed into Captain Strum's abdominal region, causing the Draken to spit out a jet of blood as his body caved in. Chapter 1275 100% confirmed. Captain Strum felt like he was hit by a moving orbital body as two of his arms uprooted from his body after receiving the fist from Gustav. Blood jetted out like a fountain as he slammed into the far end of the barrier, breaking straight through all the layers and continuously shooting out into space. Why? Gustav's figure vanished, and he reappeared in space hundreds of feet before Captain Strum's body, which was still shooting forward. He gathered energy in his right arm as he arched it backwards, while clenching his fist tightly. His fist was coated in a golden and pinkish glow as he drove it forward at Captain Strum's approaching body. Boom! Space parted as Gustav's fist sent ripples across the endless expanse of darkness the moment it collided with Captain Strum. Bang! 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 That east stars in the distance got snuffed out from the destructive wave of energy that spread forth from Gustav's fist as Captain Strum shot downwards like a dying star. Through his body shot across the solar system as it descended towards the ninth disk. All of his limbs uprooted from his body as he fell unconscious even before he hit the battle stage. Boom! The battle stage got blasted to smithereens the moment Captain Strum came into contact with it, sending another wave of destructive ripples across the vicinity. Fly! Gustav reappeared in the stage at this moment as time came to a standstill again. He deactivated cosmic superiority at this point to make sure it wouldn't be active when time went back to normal. The glow emitted from Encore slowly whit-led as its figure began to disintegrate. Time stopped reversing, and everything that seemed to be in an illusionary state started solidifying. Strum had reversed time to the point where he just activated the full power of his Encore and was tossing Gustav around like a dirt beat. As time went back to normal functionality. The scene that the spectators would be witnessing was Gustav getting beat up. However, the moment time resumed, the entire stage suddenly appeared destroyed, and the scene the spectators were initially witnessing glitched. Like a video game playback, the spectators were completely astonished as they stared at the discredited stage. One unconscious figure was completely laid on the ground with missing limbs, while another was standing before the unconscious one with an unbothered expression. Dash, what the hell just happened? Dash, Captain Crimson, was taking a beating, and all of a sudden, Captain Strum is defeated. Dash, he looks bloodied and battered too. Dash's Encore is gone too? This doesn't make any sense. Dash, how did this happen? The spectators were in an utter state of confusion, not recalling the events that played out after this point of the battle. Only a few spectators, like the Council Lords and Miss, stared at the stage with looks of understanding, but they still remained astonished. The kid has truly grown more powerful than I realized. Miss Amy muttered. HM? Young Miss, I sense time manipulation on a higher scale. What did we miss? Grand Commander questioned from the side. You didn't see it? Miss Amy asked with a slightly surprised tone. Grand Commander Cheyenne was an alpha, so she had expected that even if he couldn't be completely immune to time-related abilities, he would at least be able to perceive the events ongoing during time manipulation and have memories of the original timeline. I can only faintly sense that time has been altered on a large scale, but I have no recollection of how things exactly went, Grand Commander Cheyenne responded. Maybe this is a good thing. They will remain unaware that Gustav is a cosmic superior being. Miss Amy was still surprised that someone as young as Strum was able to pull this off with an alpha lacking memories of the original timeline, but she decided to use this to Gustav's advantage. She proceeded to narrate to Grand Commander Cheyenne the events that played out while skipping the mention of Gustav's use of cosmic superiority. She didn't give him any explanation as to how Gustav was immune to time manipulation, which made the Grand Commander even more confused. But Miss Amy would rather leave him in confusion than let the Earth be aware of Gustav's cosmic superiority until the kid was ready to reveal it himself. Strum lost? But how? The Earth's captain seems to have broken out of his time manipulation. But how is this even possible? The Draconid spectators area was in shambles as well. Bronze midily clenched her fist so tightly a popping sound rang out. Even after everything, he's still lost, she voiced with a chilly tone. That kid, the Earth's captain, he is a cosmic superior being. Anyone would have lost. The other's prestigious-looking fellow beside Bronze midily voiced out. Why did you stop me from interfering? No one would have noticed if I did. She turned to stare at the Draken beside her with a look of anguish. It was a battle between the two youngsters. Oldies like us are not meant to interfere. It would be a disgrace to our great planet if we were to interfere in such matters, the Draken voiced with a dismissive tone. Also, we are not the only ones who are aware of what went down, another male Draken voiced from the side while staring in the direction of Earth's spectators' area. Bronze midily gnashed her teeth while peering forward with a look of hatred. How dare that Earthling do this to my son, Gustav Crimson, planet Earth. Wins, 1,200 points attained amidst the confused gazes of the millions of spectators. Gustav exited the stage and walked towards the Earth's participants' area. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad Captain Crimson won, but what the fuck just happened? Beats me. I don't understand a thing. Even the Earth spectators area was full of confused people. Gustav's fellow team members were not left out of this confusion. Wow, what did you do, Gus? He questioned the moment Gustav arrived before them. Long story. You all just can't remember because of Strum time-related abilities. Gustav heaved a sigh of fatigue as he took a seat. He had expended a lot of energy to win that battle and almost depleted his Yarki in the process. Yarki would have been long depleted if it wasn't mixed with the other ability Gustav unlocked after becoming a parallel being. Good job, big brother, Endrick voiced from the side. You saw it. Gustav questioned, but instantly arrived at the answer before Endrick responded. Time candidate perks. Gustav voiced. Endrick mouth hung loosely for a bit before he answered. Yes, oh. Endrick knows what happened. Endrick, tell us, we're confused, spit out man. The group quickly clustered around Endrick, who eventually decided to give them a brief analysis of what happened while leaving a lot of parts out. The versus battle challenge continued while the spectators still couldn't get Gustav and Strum's battle out of their heads and kept trying to find answers as to what happened. Big brother, I noticed something. Endrick approached Gustav. What is it? Gustav questioned. They witnessed it too, Endrick answered. By they, do you mean? Gustav glanced at Endrick with an expression of concern. Endrick nodded in response, despite the fact that Gustav didn't complete his question. They're not supposed to be able to. This might be a problem. Gustav's caressed his chin with a contemplative expression as he muttered. Did you uncover anything about them last night? Gustav asked. Not yet. I'm still looking. Endrick stuttered a little before responding. You figured something out, didn't you? Gustav's tone instantly turned suspicious. I really am still looking into it. I have pieced what I saw together yet, and no, you can't help me do that. I have to confirm if I'm looking in the right direction first, so I don't mince information. Endrick answered with a sincere tone. All right, do let me know when you figured it out, Gustav stated while turning to stare in the direction of Indulus Prime participants. Indulus Prime participants stood together in place with their pitch-black eyes on display, as usual. Their expression remained unknown due to the wraps of bandage, like clothing covering the entirety of their figures. 100% confirmed, one of them voiced out. "It was just as I suspected," Captain Iron voiced with a tone of anticipation. "We have finally uncovered the outworldly," while they exchanged a few words over there. Endrick stood in place with a disturbed expression on his face as his forehead glowed with green light. "You told me everything was okay. How could this be?" Endrick yelled internally. "No, I told you that going on that mission would increase the chances of averting great calamity in his future, which was correct," Husarius answered. "Then what the hell did I see last night?" Endrick asked. "A better future compared to how things would have gone if you didn't act at all," Husarius replied. "You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen." Chapter 1276. It's not up for voting's a better future compared to how things would have turned out if you didn't act at all, Husarius replied. "You are crazy. You are crazy if you think I am going to let that happen." Endrick's face scrunched up in annoyance as he engaged Husarius. "There's really nothing you can do about it," Husarius reiterated. "I won't sit by and let it happen," Endrick stated. "If you interfere any more than you already have, things will spiral out of control, and everything will turn out much worse. In this case, he only loses 2, but if you try anything, he'll lose way more," Husarius answered with a dismayed tone. "Are you telling me I caused the demise of over 3 million people for nothing?" Endrix gritted his teeth. "It isn't for nothing. You achieved the best possible result," Husarius answered internally with a dismissive tone. "Darn you! You didn't tell me this was how things were going to end up." The day was finally coming to an end as the last batch for the day seemed to be ongoing. The highlights of today's battle challenge happened to be Gustav and Captain Strum's fight, along with Offioner and Captain Alumo of planet Zionsi. Planet Zionsi was above planet Ruz on the rankings, yet Offioner won the battle against their captain by achieving a new level of enlightenment during the battle. While their battle wasn't on the level of destructiveness and power of Gustav and Strum, it had been very hyped due to how Offioner broke through and became very powerful. Participants began to compare her strength to that of the other captains after her win. Currently, Abestos was in one of the stages battling against a planet Osius participant. Their battle was one of the fights that was most focused on, but at the moment Abestos didn't seem to be doing so good. The redirection of energy from Abestos' attack did nothing to help him against his opponent. He could barely successfully connect an attack, unless he took his opponent by surprise. On other cases, his attacks was acquired and imprinted upon by the planet Osius participant, which he would in turn manipulate according to his desires. Eventually, Gorndoritis wins planet Osius, 1,000 points attained. Gustav had him challenge this planet Osius member to analyze some things, so they didn't really mind about winning or losing. So long as you hit them so fast that they're unable to notice the attack prior, they won't be able to imprint on its energy. Speed is the key, but for those who don't have the required speed, you'll have to use your wits and take them by surprise. Pull them into a trap or a state where they are unable to counter the attack, Gustav advised his teammates after Abestos returned dejected from the stage. Gustav knew they wouldn't be meeting planet Osius in a versus battle anymore, but just in case of the future, if they met during another challenge and had to battle it out, his teammates would know what to do. Few minutes later, all the battles for today had come to an end, and it was finally time for Handler One to address the public. Once more, the arena turned quiet as an air of tension permeated the vicinity. As mentioned yesterday, the disqualification period has arrived. As Handler One began speaking, the ISOP ranking appeared on the screens, also displaying the number of points planets had acquired so far. Planet Earth, 90,501 points. Planet Draconet, 82,900 points. Planet Osis, 75 for 100 points. Planet Indulus Prime, 74,000 points. Planet Oxlark, 71,700 points. Planet Tribetez, 71,200 points. Planet Diov, 70,000 points, planet Hyksto. 69,500 points, planet Osiris. 68,400 points, planet Zillion. 62,000 points, planet Claxosape. 61,600 points, planet Orion. 60,100 points, planet Gundabalt. 58,000 points. The spectators took note of the planets at the last three places. Planet Fixic, 21,300 points, planet Veques. 20,600 points, planet Oerton. 20,100 points. No planet had acquired below 20,000 points, even though they were 531st, 532nd, and 533rd, respectively. This made everyone curious as to whether they'd reach the requirements or not. Last time the number of points needed was 15,000, and now everyone was way higher than that. However, it wouldn't make sense for any planet to not get disqualified. The top 200 planets have successfully made it through the battle challenge and will be participating in the next major challenge, Handler 1 announced. Yeah. Cheers, cheers. Loud cheers rang out upon this announcement due to a lot of planets celebrating being amongst the top 200. However, the dread seemed to be higher since over 300 planets were below the top 200. Dash, I thought there was going to be a number of required points. Dash, I thought so too. Dash, this sucks for a lot of planets. Dash, Planet Ruz is at number 232. Dash, I guess we won't be seeing more of Ophener then. A lot of spectators didn't understand why this method of disqualification was used instead of the usual. Tomorrow is the last day of the battle challenge, but the top 200 planets will not be participating because they have qualified to move on to the next challenge. Handler 1 continued speaking. This statement caused a lot of them to beam up in confusion. If the top 200 planets won't be participating, then which planets will be? This was the question in the minds of many of them. Handler 1 went on to explain that the planets that were 201 on the rankings down to 300 would be the ones participating in tomorrow's battle challenge. Planets below 300 were automatically disqualified. Zing, 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 zing. Participants from planets below 300 in the ranking started getting teleported away from the battle arena. Those who had acquired over 10,000 points higher than the last number of points required to progress had their hopes dashed. No one had expected that the disqualification would go this way. Nevertheless, a lot of planets were glad that they ranked in the top 200s. As for the planets who would still have battles tomorrow, Handler 1 mentioned that only 50 more planets would be given the chance to progress afterwards. This would mean that another half of the planets had been disqualified at the end of the battle challenge. 50 versus 50 should be quite the interesting sight, Ealdris voiced from the side. Doesn't this mean we have a day off tomorrow? E voiced with a playful expression. That's true. We could just come as spectators, or we could go on exploration on the other discs. We've not managed to enjoy our stay here, Timmy added from the side. I'm going to let Falco join us for the next major challenge, Gustav announced. He can join us for the exploration, too, to ease his mind off things. Let's just have fun for a bit. He wrapped his arm around Gustav's neck as he agreed with Timmy's suggestion. What about Yuhiko? Yonda questioned. What about her? Gustav voiced dismissively. What do you mean, what about her? You can't just shove her off the main team, Yonda stated. She is just a substitute and has served her purpose as that, Gustav responded. I vote that she remains on the main team. I don't want some unstable dude having my back, Yonda voiced with a strong tone. Almost everyone stared at him with an expression of frustration as they heard this. It's not up for voting, Gustav voiced while turning around. At this point, Handler 1 had finished briefing the entire audience about the next set of events, and the spectators began trooping out. You can't put our fate in the hands of someone unstable. Yuhiko is strong enough to be on the main team, Yonda continued going off. Yonda don't. Even Yuhiko tried to stop him, but he cut her off. You deserve this spot more than that Falco guy, he said with a smile. Stop wasting your time. She won't give you a shot regardless of your charade, Gustav stated casually as he continued stepping forward. What? How? You. Yonda's face displayed an expression of humiliation and anger as he subconsciously lunged forward. Huh. What am I? He realized his error too late, as his fist was already headed for the back of Gustav's head. Fwyi, Gustav fluidly moved his neck sideways, causing Yonda's fist to whiz past his face as he turned while stretching his hand out. All Yonda saw was a giant palm cover his entire face, and next thing he knew, his entire body descended with speed. Bang! The back of his head slammed into the ground along with his entire body, as Gustav held him in place effortlessly. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Aren't they supposed to be teammates? Dash, why are they fighting? Dash, looks like the Earth is not as united as we thought. Participants from other planets in the vicinity chattered amongst themselves as they witnessed the scene. Follow current novels on topnovelfool.com. Chapter 1277, A Handler Was Killed. I couldn't even touch him. Although Yonda felt regretful about his actions, he couldn't deny the sting of humiliation he felt now, which was higher than any physical pain this clash caused him. Who is the unstable one now? Gustav voiced as he let go of Yonda's face. He hadn't used much force, so he knew he didn't injure Yonda. TSK, short people are always short-tempered. He shook his head in pity. You shouldn't do that, Yonda, Fildhor voiced from the side. You're gonna make us look bad now, Angie added. They all berated Yonda, and Gustav began walking away again. I'd rather have that so-called unstable guy watch my back than you. Gustav's voice trailed off as he left. Yuhiko, Fildhor, and Shirama were the only ones who stayed behind to help Yonda up. Don't worry about it, Yonda-kun. I'm glad I was able to help, Yuhiko said with a bright smile plastered across her face after helping him up. That bastard. I don't like him, Yonda said with a tone of anguish. While Gustav was leaving the arena with the others, Miss Amy had approached him for a talk, and they moved to a secluded area to discuss. Something happened with the handlers, Miss Amy voiced. I did notice something was off at the start of the battle challenge, Gustav responded with an intrigued expression. So what happened? Gustav asked. One of them was murdered on the 7th disc. Handler 302, Miss Amy revealed. That's quite serious. Gustav's facial expression turned surprised as he heard this. It wasn't that crime never occurred on planet Ozius, but it happened to be very rare. Compared to Earth, where mixed bloods criminals were a handful, planet Ozius happened to be quite tame. Murder was something Gustav was aware hadn't happened here in a long time, so it was quite the grave occurrence. Did they catch the culprit? Gustav inquired. No. Whoever did it already fled long before the corpse was found, Miss Amy responded. They are conducting investigations now, and since this person killed a handler, they cannot be weak. We don't know if participants are going to be targeted next, so we need you all to be careful, Grand Commander Cheyenne voiced from the side. I think we can handle ourselves, Gustav responded with a dismissive tone. A token has been prepared just in case of emergencies. It will send out a signal if something happens. Please pass this to the rest of your teammates, Grand Commander Cheyenne stated while a couple of black, square-shaped cubes the size of buttons appeared in mid-air. Zing, 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 zing. They were around 46 in number, making up for the substitutes as well. Gustav received them and placed them in his storage device. His teammates might want to go out alone, so it would be nice to have a token on them, just in case. Miss Amy, do you know who did it? Gustav questioned with a slightly suspicious tone. I understand why you'd think that, but you should be well aware now that I wouldn't bother myself with the affairs of this planet. Crime is normal everywhere, so despite my senses being able to cover the entirety of the 9 discs, I pay no attention to a lot of ongoing issues since I have no intention of butting in, Miss Amy answered. This meant that even if her senses had picked on the death, She didn't register it because if Miss Amy had to concern herself with every issue on this planet, she'd have to be everywhere, and she wasn't here to clean up the mess of an entire planet. Only information I gave them was that I sensed dark signatures in the location of the crime, Miss Amy added. Dark signatures? So the homicide was committed by more than one person? Gustav questioned. Could be, but it's none of our business unless they come for one of our own. Let the Ozis handle it themselves. Miss Amy waved her hand dismissively. We have to equip ourselves with enough information or we won't be able to prevent it from happening to one of our own if they do come for us, Gustav responded with a logical tone. I guess you're right. Miss Amy wasn't really thinking about it from this point of view, since Gustav and his friends were the only people she really cared about. They proceeded to discuss more about the issue for 30 minutes more before Gustav left to head back to the accommodation area. The moment he arrived, he gathered everyone together to tell them about the information he got from Miss Amy. A handler was killed? How is that even possible? Timmy questioned with a shocked expression. Weren't they said to be the strongest Ozis? Rhea voiced as well. That is why it is assumed that whoever the culprit is cannot be someone weak, that is, if it wasn't done by a party, Gustav responded while tapping on his storage device. Zing, 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 zing. The token's Grand Commander Cheyenne passed him earlier appeared with a flash of blue light, and Gustav proceeded to grab them. Grand Commander Cheyenne tasked me with passing these on to the group, Gustav voiced while handing them out. At this moment, Falco walked in from his room with bags under his eyes. Yo, Falco, you good? He was the first to ask. What's going on? Falco questioned as he rubbed his eyes. A handler was killed, Eldris revealed. Falco paused briefly upon hearing that as his face showed a disturbed expression. How did that happen? He questioned. We don't really know, but we were given these emergency tokens that would alert the higher-ups present if any of us were in danger, Gustav answered while passing a token to Falco as well. Falco reached out with his arm trembling a little and accepted the token from Gustav. Are you good? Gustav asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Falco tried to wear a smile as he replied. I was thinking of letting you participate in the next major challenge, but if you're not up for it, I can. Before Gustav completed his sentence, Falco chimed in. No, he shook his head. You're not up for it? Gustav questioned. I don't feel so great. I'll rest it out for a bit. You can use a substitute, he responded while turning around to leave. Thank you for dealing with Strum for me. Everyone had worrisome looks as they stared at each other while Falco walked away. By the way, did they discover who did it? Falco inquired. No, the culprit hasn't been identified or caught. Gustav shook his head. Bummer. You guys be safe out there, Falco voiced as he walked into his room and the door behind him closed. You see, you should have left Yuhiko in. I said it, that dude isn't stable. Yonda began yelling the moment Falco was gone. Everyone ignored him, but internally they felt he had a point. Gustav had made a conscious effort to try and place Falco back in, but now Falco didn't want in. He's unstable. I said it. Yuhiko is the best replacement. Yonda kept yelling. Cut him some slack. If you had gone through what he did at the hands of Strum, you probably wouldn't be alive right now. Matilda had enough of his yapping and voiced out. Yonda ignored her and kept yelling while Gustav proceeded to head to his room as well. Angie was about following him, but figured that he probably needed some time alone to think. I'll check on Falco in the meantime, she decided, and walked towards Falco's room. Dark signatures. Do you think it's them? The system questioned internally. Everything points to them, but at the same time, motive is very important. What would prompt them to make such a sloppy move when they've hidden in plain sight so far? Gustav voiced with a tone of confoundment. Well, it might not be so sloppy since they haven't been identified as the culprits. Still, it causes the entire populace on planet Ozius to be on alert, and now, There's investigation from different sides, which is bound to yield some kind of result sooner or later. Gustav held his chin as he voiced out. So you think someone else might be responsible? The system was starting to understand what Gustav was driving at. Who else do we know that uses dark energy? Gustav hinted. Ah, you really can't be serious. The system sounded surprised as it realized who Gustav was referring to. He was acting weird. Did they discover who did it? He tried to hide the anxiety in his tone when he asked that. Gustav pointed out. Amy mentioned multiple dark signatures, so it had to be more than one person, the system recalled. Falco is more than one person. Gustav stated. How do we know that Darko has returned? Also, he shouldn't be powerful enough to defeat, much more, kill a handler. Like you also said, motive. What would be his? Follow current novels on Top Novel Fool. Com. Chapter 1278. How do we know that Darko has returned? Also, he shouldn't be powerful enough to defeat, much more, kill a handler. Like you also said, motive. What would be his? The system raised valid points one after the other, which Gustav had to admit were making sense. You're right, it could either be Indulus Prime or Falco. Either way, I'm not ruling out any of them as suspects. I have a feeling Falco knows something, even if he might not be directly involved, Gustav voiced with a contemplative tone. He wanted to approach Falco, but he didn't know the best possible way to do that at the moment. He needed more information. Gustav found this case to be very sensitive compared to anyone else because it might involve Indulus Prime, who he had been investigating, or Falco, who happened to be someone he cared about. Either ways, this wasn't something he could just let the Ozis take care of themselves. If it involved Falco, he definitely needed to find out before anyone else did, so he could come up with the best way of rendering support. Gustav realized that, despite their technological advanced civilization, the Ozis were unable to get footage of the incident and didn't discover it till hours after it happened. This was obviously due to the power of whatever supernatural creature was responsible, which meant they were definitely powerful. System, how long has it been since Handler 302 met her demise? Gustav questioned. A little over a day now, the system replied. Then we still have time. Gustav stated. You want me to extract its last memory before death, like I did for Danzo? The system immediately realized what Gustav was up to. Precisely. This is the best way to figure out the culprit. So long as the brain of the corpse is still intact, there should be no problem with this, right? Gustav questioned with a tone of confirmation. Yes, but how are you going to get to the corpse? Not to mention, you also need to make contact with the head without interruption for 15 minutes to make sure I successfully extract the last memories, the system pointed out. I'll have to infiltrate wherever the corpse is kept then. It's time to make a little research, Gustav said while getting up. As he arrived before his room door, it slid open and Gustav spotted Angie up ahead approaching. Angie. Gustav mumbled. What are we going to do about Falco's situation? The moment she arrived before him, she asked. Give him some time. If he is still unwilling to participate in the next major challenge, I'll have to pick a substitute again, Gustav answered. I think he should come exploring with us tomorrow to help him get his mind off things, Angie suggested. Is he going to be up for that? Gustav asked. Since it's for fun and not battle, of course he will, Angie responded with an affirmative tone. All right then, we'll talk about it tomorrow, Gustav said while stepping forward to head out. Tomorrow? Where are you going? Angie's eyebrows furrowed as she turned around. I gotta head out. I might not get back till tomorrow morning, Gustav answered as he closed in on the entrance. Sorry, I'll tell you about it later, Gustav waved without turning around before disappearing out the door. Endrik was at the side watching all this time. He stood up and began heading to his room when Angie stopped him. Do you know what is going on with him? Yes and no. I only have a little knowledge on some areas, but I don't know a lot, Endrik answered. Angie's mouth parted to respond, but before she could, Endrik interrupted her. No, I can't tell you about it unless he decides to reveal it himself, Endrick said with an apologetic expression before turning around to head into his room. Angie's mouth remained hung open for some time before she finally pursed her lips with an expression of dissatisfaction. So, secretive humph, no wonder they're brothers. The night went by very quickly, and the next day arrived. Gustav was currently making his way back to the accommodation area with a plan hatching in his mind. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Gustav could see everyone lazing around as he walked in. Some were just waking while some didn't sleep for the entire night. Some were channeling their bloodline and some excitedly chatted with others. They greeted Guadav and some exchanged a little dialogue with him as he made his way in to freshen up. Today was a free day for every top 200 planet participant on the ranking. The disqualification round for the planets in the top 300 had began, but they could decide whether they wanted to spectate them or spend their day differently. The Earth participants, on the other hand, had decided they would use this day to have a little fun. It was obvious that they would still have 1 or 2 free days after this, since the next major challenge would still take some time before decided upon. Gustav had changed out of his white and blue battle suit. As he walked out of his room, he was clad in a red trench jacket and black pants which had the MBO insignia on it. So, who has suggestions for interesting exploration locations? Ealdris asked as everyone gathered in the main room. Dash, I heard Canaan Falls is a good place for exploration for tourists. Dash, I heard about that one too? I'll definitely like to try the beast riding. Dash, what about the Cirro Golden Waterfalls? I heard it's the longest in existence. Dash, the Kabuto Caves seem like a good exploration option. About 7 of them gave different or the same exploration options, which Ealdris took note of. Do you have anyone in mind? Ealdris asked Gustav from the side. Not really, but the Zero Haven Endrick mentioned sounds pretty good to me, Gustav answered. Let's vote for the locations we want. The location that gets the highest vote is where we'll head to, Timi suggested. After the suggestion, the others who didn't mention an exploration area went on to pick from the locations that had been listed. At the end, Zero Haven got the highest picks. Endrick had suggested Zero Haven because some of the fun activities they could engage in for the others were present here, as well with other interesting perks. Gustav caused a kind of domino effect, since Angie, Timi, Ealdris, and some others decided to go along with his decision. So we're headed to the 7th disc then, Ealdris announced. Everyone had looks of excitement as they watched a holographic display of Zero Haven, which was equivalent to a resort on Earth. It was located on a part of the 7th disc, which was secluded from residential areas. It was erected close to the edge of the disc, so the gravitational laws there was weird. There was a waterfall that extended from it to the 8th disc below. This waterfall followed a ring-like path and was mostly used for racing. Besides that, there were lots of sights to be seen there and fun activities like beast racing, glide dancing, exotic supernatural beast zoo, and so many other things. While everyone else was ready to go and have fun due to the many activities one could engage in, Gustav had ulterior motives for picking this location. This place happened to be located on the 7th disc. He had business on the 7th disc. Last night when Gustav was out, he spent the entire night on the 7th disc. He had revisited the location where the homicide occurred and from there visited where the corpse was taken. It turned out that the corpse was still on the 7th disc. Gustav had spent the night discovering the location, understanding its intricacies, shifts, and taking note of to properly infiltrate the synaxes, which had the same function as a mortuary on Earth. He now had all the information he needed and would be infiltrating the synaxes to extract Handler 302 last memories. The exploration was just a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone for him. Falco, are you ready to go? E inquired. Yeah, after Angie's persuasion. Falco agreed to come with them. Within an accommodation area, a large 10 feet tall being with multiple limbs and blue star-shaped patterns all over his body opened his eyes. How long was I out? He questioned. It's been a day, former captain. One of the people gathered around him voiced. Former captain? What do you mean, Yuta? Strum questioned with a condescending look as he tried to sit up from his lying position. The Middleese have decided that you are no longer fit to captain us. Captain Austral has taken over, Yuta responded while turning to stare at the 9-foot-tall female by the side with pinkish star-shaped marks all over her body. Chapter 1279. The Middleese have decided that you are no longer fit to captain us. Captain Austral has taken over, Yuta responded while turning to stare at the 9-foot-tall female by the side with pinkish star-shaped marks all over her body. Ha 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 ha, surely you jest. You must be trying to cheer me up, Yuta, but this is quite the expensive joke. Strum tried his best to sit up, but his entire body ached so badly, he whined in pain and stopped trying. Everyone stared at him with serious expressions, which caused his face to slowly turn from you to shaped. The Mycels must have lost their minds. He yelled out after realizing Yuta was serious. I am the only one who is fit to be captain. Austral isn't as powerful. He gritted his teeth as he forcefully pushed himself up. Mother would never allow this. Enough. Austral cut him short. You have lost your light, she added. What do you mean? It's still. Strum's face suddenly froze as he sensed something missing within. You're now the weakest amongst us all. When you get your light back, you can come for the title of captain, but till then, I am captain, Austral voiced with a confident tone. This cannot be. Strum had a look of disbelief as he muttered. No, 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 how? I will succeed where you have failed and find a way to deal with the oppositions that block our path to victory, like Captain Crimson. Captain Austral turned around at this point, and everyone else followed after her, leaving Strum in his state of despair. We're here, Angie voiced with a tone of excitement. Wow, it's massive. It's beautiful, too, the group exclaimed with looks of interest as they spotted the massive pyramid-shaped structures in the distance. These pyramid-shaped structures were stacked upon one another, and each of them was as large as a skyscraper. Fog could be spotted the further downwards it extended, so it was difficult to tell just how long it was. There was no other structure in sight beside this, and a golden waterfall that circulated around the entirety of the structure extended as far down as the eyes could see. People would occasionally be spotted sliding down the waterfall rings, and they wouldn't fall out despite no solid structure erected around the waterfall. The group was currently standing on silver saucers, which were usually the mode of transportation around here. These saucers flew them in the direction of the stacked pyramid, like structures, without them having to worry about how to get there, since there was no land around here. This, of course, was the Zero Haven on the 7th disc. An entire group had come here with the purpose of having fun today. They approached the entry point of the Zero Haven and were accosted by a bunch of Ozus who worked there. Welcome, esteemed customers, one of them voiced while handing them a coin-sized item. This token consists of our services on Zero Haven, but it can also serve as an access token. One of them, who was dressed in a white robes, began to explain. She went on to mention that the access tokens can be recharged with something called a Zeto, and every access token had 0 Zetos upon entry. To access each of the services available on Zero Haven, they would need to have specific amount of Zetos in their access token. Oh, guys, I think we should try this one first. Rhea's voice was laced with excitement as he tapped the coin-sized token, which displayed an holographic footage, different activities they could engage in. That's the beast riding thing I was talking about, one of them voiced. Esteemed customers, if you would like to engage in that activity, first you would need to head to the 2nd level. It costs 10 Zetos per person. One of them explained with a smile. After the group learned how to recharge Zetos and other information about the Zero Haven they moved in, they made Gustav pay for the recharge, and he didn't actually mind. Gustav sometimes forgot that he was rich. As they moved around the interior of the place, it was crowded with loads of people ranging from Ozus to other extraterrestrial species. It would seem Zero Haven was quite the tourist attraction. Dash, those are Earth participants. Dash, Oh my goodness, is that Endrick? Dash. I spot Eldris, he's so beautiful. Dash, that is the famed Captain Crimson. I should take a picture. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Siamakronem, Dash, the fastest ISOP participant Angie, is also there. The group garnered attention to themselves as they made their way to the second level. The Zero Haven had 5 levels, which was equivalent to 5 stack of pyramid-shaped structures. The second level was where they were told they could beast ride, and they were currently on the first. They had spotted other activities they could engage in, like the saucer race, domino incision, exotic beast sightings, and so many others. They soon arrived on the second level and immediately moved towards the west, which happened to be a slightly closed-off area with another entry point. The moment they went through the passageway at the entry point, they arrived at an open space that looked like they were outside. There was a sky, mountains, greenery, ice, rocks, and everything that could be witnessed in nature all around. Kuruof. Taish, different species of beasts could be spotted diving across the blue sky. Some of them stirred winds as they made a show of gliding across the air elegantly. How does Ozius always manage to gather creatures from across galaxies? He questioned with an astonished expression. That's because we have the known as the Ravishers, a loud voice answered from up ahead. Everyone stared in the direction of the voice and spotted a figure in front of a group headed towards them. Captain Vilax, Team stated as everyone recognized the person in front. He was clad in flowing golden robes, and antennas flickered body in excitement as he approached them. His eyes, which were positioned on both antennas, darted around just like the others behind him. What a pleasant surprise to meet ISOP number 1 group here, Captain Vilax voiced as he arrived before them. It turned out that the entire Ozius participants were here as well. Greetings, Captain Crimson. I don't think we've formally been introduced. Captain Vilax arrived before Gustav and extended his insect-like hands. I don't think we have. Gustav reached out and shook Captain Vilax's hand while the rest of the teammates from both sides respectfully exchanged greetings as well. You mentioned something about some Ravishers, voiced from the side. Oh, yes, the Ravishers are a group from our esteemed planet, specifically tasked with saving rare species across the galaxies and dying planets, and bringing them here to a place where they can survive, live freely without issues, Captain Vilax explained. The Earth participants had expressions of astonishment as they heard that. Why doesn't Earth have one of those? Angie wondered out loud. Space. Planet Ozius is many times larger than Earth. Gustav answered the question. You are indeed right. Although our planet wasn't always this large, the Ancient Ones constructed more disks to accommodate a larger number, Captain Vilax voiced. Anyways, enough about that. Are you lots here to ride beasts? Captain Vilax questioned. Yeah, we thought we'd have a little fun to relax, Eldris responded. That is great. Let us help you attract the beasts you wish to ride, Captain Vilax voiced while the others behind nodded. We also come here because beast riding helps ease the mind. There's something special about it, Vice Captain Ale chimed in from the side. That one looks beautiful. I want to ride it, Angie voiced while pointing at one of the beasts in the sky. This one happened to have light blue pair of wings that spanned across 70 feet upon full spread. Its head was oblong-shaped with pretty blue and white markings all over, and it emitted a glow on its belly area while it flew around. That's the Parkley Glacial Furry. I could get it down, but you can only ride it if it accepts you. It rejects 99% of people who visit here, so everyone just avoids it, even though it's a pretty creature, Vice Captain Ale voiced while making hand signs with her insect fingers. She brought her fingers down to her face and blew a small breeze in between the holes. Why-I, a whistling sound rang out, and the glacial furry dove down in the next instant. Bam! It landed before them, and Vice Captain Ale gestured at Angie to move closer to it. Angie did as intended, but the creature seemed to be moving backwards. Oh, it's going to reject her, someone voiced from the side. Chapter 1280. "Oh, it's going to reject her," someone voiced from the side. However, the moment Angie touched the head of the bird, it paused and stared into her eyes. A smile appeared on Angie's face as she rubbed the fur and ruffled the glowing feathers of the creature affectionately. Wow, it actually accepted her! This sight took the Osis by surprise as Angie went on to mount the creature. In the next moment, it spread its wings and flapped intensely. Fwaiwai, they shot into the sky very quickly and began gliding across the air. The Osis went on to help the others pick the beasts they wanted to ride on, and soon a lot of them were gliding across the air with their desired beasts. Weo! Mama, look at me, I'm flying. E.'s loud voice reverberated across the vicinity as he sat on the back of a green bird that looked like a mixture between eagle and bunny. Soon everyone except Falco was left. For reasons unknown, the beasts were scared of him and could never let him get even 10 feet close to them. How about you just ride with me, Falco? One of the Osis suggested while mounting a creature. Are you sure it's not going to be a problem? Falco inquired. Falco hesitated, but decided to give in. The creature made low, frightened noises as Falco closed in, but the Osis continued to rub it affectionately. Soon Falco was on its back as well, and it proceeded to lift into the air. Everyone could be seen, after some time, gliding across the sky with happy expressions. Even Falco slowly started to cheer up and displayed a look of excitement as the winds blew across his face while they dominated the sky. The decision to explore seemed to be a wise one as everyone piped down and enjoyed the activity. While on the beast that Gustav had chosen, he began hatching his plans. I'll head there in a few. You'd have to be quick since they might notice you're gone after they're done with beast riding, the system stated. Yeah, it's good this place is large enough for me to give excuses if anything comes up. At this point, Gustav was about to steer his beast in the opposite direction. There were lots of people here, so his plan was to mix in and then descend somewhere farther without the others noticing. Captain Crimson, how about a friendly race? A loud voice rang out from behind, just as Gustav was about to put his plans into motion. Bad timing. Gustav turned to the side to stare at the person who had just suggested this. It happened to be Captain Vilax, who was standing on a gray pigeon-faced bird with a massive 30-feet body and 100-feet wingspan. It had spikes all over its back and belly area, but Captain Vilax unbotheredly stood there as it flew side by side with Gustav's beast. Gustav was about to turn the captain down when approached from the east with a jolly expression. Did I hear a race? I mean, me too, Yash. Let's have it. Out of nowhere, Timmy and Fildhor arrived with their beasts as well. Gustav nearly sighed out loud as more and more of them arrived. Why now of all times? Now he couldn't get out of this unless he ditched them during the race. No use of abilities. First person to reach the 4th level and back wins, Captain Vilax stated. Oh, we're allowed to leave, go out of the building, and back with the beasts? Gustav inquired. Of course, especially since you're with us, Vice Captain Ale responded from the left. Be careful not to cause any accidents, Captain Vilax cautioned with a nod while everyone prepared. Guinea, let's leave these guys in the dust, moi, moi, moi. EE's voice could be heard from the side as he hugged the body of the creature he was currently seated on and rubbed it affectionately. You already named it? They shook their heads and began laughing upon hearing EE's exclamation. That's it. I'll ditch them during the race, Gustav decided as he placed his hands on the dark fur of the beast he was currently riding. Mental manipulation has been activated. Listen. I have a reward for you if you move faster than every one of them. I want the gap to be so wide they won't be able to sight you in the distance. Gustav transmitted the meaning behind his words as he spoke internally. The creature, of course, was unable to understand English, but mental manipulation did a good job of making it understand, and soon the creature was hyped. Activating Bloodline transfer. This will make things easier. Gustav placed his palm on the back of the creature's neck. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Siomicronem Bloodline compatibility. 67%. Transferring Blue Jet Bloodline. Gustav didn't mind parting with a single bloodline since he still had over 30. In less than a minute, he had transferred this bloodline to the creature, who instantly began to feel its body swell with energy. Gustav had always wondered if he could transfer bloodlines to extraterrestrial beings, and now he had his answer. Go! Captain Vilak's voice rang out at this moment. The dark, furry beast Gustav was riding on suddenly had blue glowing lines appeared on its vertebrae column area. The moment it flapped its wings, Gustav and itself streaked forward with immense speed, shocking the others. Woo! What the hell? E yelled from behind as Gustav and his creature pulled forward at incredible speed. Is the Solarkin supposed to be that fast? The Ozis were just as shocked as they patted their creatures to give chase. Swai-wee-eye, 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 swai-wee-eye. They all sped past multiple other people on beasts, causing furious winds to stir. Dash, hey, watch it. Teamy nearly hit another person on a beast as his dove passed, missing by only a few inches. Sorry. He yelled loudly, but his voice was barely audible since they were flying at very fast speed. Gustav turned around and activated God Eyes. His vision zoomed into the distance, and he spotted the others trying to catch up. He turned back around in the next instant as they approached an opening at the end of the second level. Fwai, his beast flew through the opening, and they arrived on the west side of the second pyramid-like structure. Each pyramid-like structure was up to 7,000 feet in length, and there happened to be 3 more to scale through after the second. The wind blew Gustav's hair upwards as his beast swooped down with immense speed, leaving a bluish arc across the air. Good, he muttered as the distance between him and the others increased. The fog got denser as they further descended. This was due to the fact that they were starting to close in on the midpoint of the 7th disc, which was like a bridge between the 7th and 8th. By the time his beast reached the 4th level of Zero Haven, Gustav leapt off. Here you go! He flung something in the direction of the beast the moment he jumped off. The beast caught it in between its giant mouth and made happy gurgling noises as it continued diving down, based on Gustav's instruction. 3 dark wings sprouted out of Gustav's back in the next instant as he swerved to the right and sped forward. His figure parted the fog due to the incredible speed at which he was moving, but fortunately he was making a turn around the 4th level. This was to make sure he didn't come into contact with any of them while ascending. In a couple of seconds, he had arrived back at the 1st level of Zero Haven. He floated hundreds of feet away from the pyramid-like structure while taking a button-shaped item from his storage device. He placed the item on his forehead and tapped its surface. In the next moment, he turned invisible. While in his state of invisibility, shape-shifting has been activated. Time to go! He turned in a particular direction and flew off in the next instant. Within a dark vicinity completely void of light, a group of 20 wrapped with black bandage-like outfits from head to toe formed a circle. A pair of eyes formed from mist was situated in their midst. Despite the fact that no mouth was visible, sound still seemed to be traveling across the vicinity from the pair of eyes. Dash, you have made confirmation? Yes, Prime G. He made use of cosmic superiority energy in his last battle, Captain Irond reported. Dash, just that? He didn't use the other one? No, but there is no doubt that it is him. The unique signature was identified, Captain Irond confirmed. Dash, then the next phase of the plan can commence. Failure is not an option. Yes, Prime G, but what do we do about the offspring? Dash, the Lord is taking care of it himself. Do not engage the offspring. Chapter 1281 The Lord is taking care of it himself. Do not engage the offspring, understood? Then we shall proceed with the plan. Gustav soon arrived before an upside-down hut-shaped golden structure, which was around 2,000 feet tall. It had the words Gustav knew only medical practitioners were dressed this way on planet Osis, as it was a crime to even consider using red if you weren't a practitioner. However, Gustav was currently dressed this way as he approached the building from up ahead. Miser Kuri! Two Ozis greeted him with respectful gazes as he walked into the structure. Miser Kuri! Gustav replied with a nod as he walked past them. This place, which was like a reception area, was so tiny that it could only fit 3 people walking side by side. Only the higher floors were wider, since the building was like a massive funnel. Fortunately, only 2 other people seemed to be on this floor, so Gustav had no issue moving to where he needed to. The glass-like elevator area displayed the reflection of an Ozis as Gustav approached. The face that stared back at him was a circular brown, one almost twice the size of a human face. Only a line-shaped mouth was visible on the entire brownish circular face, along with 2 antennas positioned atop the head. At the tip of both antennas were eyeballs the size of a baby fist. Gustav proceeded to walk into, and got beamed up a moment later. He arrived on one of the top floors, which had a couple more Ozis medical practitioners moving to and fro across the place. He proceeded down a passageway and arrived in a broad space a few moments later. This broad space had very dim lighting, but was structured in such a way that steps were formed in a circular format, while the center had very little space. These steps extended across a radius of more than 400 feet and got higher with every layer so much that the last step had reached a height of 100 feet and was also structured in a circular format across the space. Rectangular-shaped, transparent encasements were lined on the circular steps, causing each step to have a couple of them hovering above them. Within these transparent, rectangular encasements were the corpses of Ozis in a preserved state. A lot of these corpses looked like they were in a state of sleep rather than snuffed of life. The small glow emitted from the internal walls of the rectangular encasement bathed the corpses in rays that made their skins as fresh as a live Ozis would look. From Gustav's perception, he could tell that there were more than 1,000 of these rectangular encasements here. Not like he wasn't aware, since he already gathered information last night. He turned to stare at the southwest area of this space and began stepping forward. He moved between the spaces of the rectangular encasements as he headed in the direction of the 74th step. Gustav knew exactly where to check for the corpse of the handler that was recently murdered. Usually on Earth, a corpse associated with crime would still be in the coroner's office undergoing examination, but things seemed to be different on planet Ozius. The necessary procedures were carried out very swiftly, and the corpses were checked into a mortuary of sorts. Then the families of the deceased could choose whatever they wanted to do with the corpse next. Gustav soon arrived on the step he was headed for, and moved sideways till he reached the 14th rectangular encasement on this step. The body still seems to be in a state of repair. A shrill voice escaped Gustav's lip as he peered downwards. The body within this encasement had a giant hole that extended from its belly to its chest area. Dark scorch marks could be spotted on different areas of the skin as well. However, it was obvious that the body was undergoing some sort of repair as it bathed in the rays emitted from the internal walls of the encasement. Gustav now understood that this wasn't just a preservative casket, it was also one that reversed all the damage done to the corpse. This was why the corpses looked like they were in a state of sleep as opposed to being dead. However, it didn't change the fact that they couldn't be brought to life. Eventually, the corpse before him would also be void of damage, but in the meantime, Gustav revered at how much this handler must have lost their life in a gruesome way. Time to find out how you really died. Gustav slowly lowered his right palm as he mumbled, Ser encanta, e pe sedunda voli. 2 associates seemed to walk into this space at the same moment. Gustav was currently clad in a different outfit, so he had left his translator tool in his storage device with the clothes he initially had on. This was the reason Ozis didn't sound like they were speaking English anymore, because they never were. Fortunately, Gustav had the system, despite listening to them speak in their native tone. Gustav perfectly understood every word coming out of their mouth. The system also had his back, so the moment he spoke to respond to them, it would be translated in their native tone. I'm here to do one last check. It shouldn't take too long. Oh, I thought the results have been finalized. After this, they will be. It shouldn't take too long. The dialogue between Gustav and the other two Ozis ended in a bit, and they went on to focus on what they came here for while Guadav finally placed his hand on the head of the Ozis before him. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Siamikronem. Processing brainwaves reanimation. A notification popped up in his line of sight the moment his hand made contact with the face of the handler's corpse. Reanimating brain last vestiges. A transparent red glow appeared on Gustav's fingertips, which were latched to the face of the handler's corpse. O/100%, 27/100%, 45/100%. Gustav waited for the bar that appeared above the percentage readings to fill up. 69/100%, 92/100%, 100%. After 4 minutes, reanimation complete. Preparing to withdraw data. Bypassing brain cells immunocode. 100%. Processing data withdrawal. The red glow on Gustav's fingertips became brighter, and strands of the glow pierced into the handler's face, causing her skull to light up from within. 1/100%. Just like it happened in the situation with Boss Danzo, the data withdrawal process was considerably slower. Fortunately, Gustav didn't seem to have aroused any suspicions like the time with Boss Danzo, where his life was technically on the line. He heaved a sigh of relief as he waited. This was a testament to how far Gustav had come since that time. It had been over a year already. Within an apartment, an Ozis in undies laid within a box-shaped space. He seemed to have a very relaxed expression on his face as he drifted off into Wonderland, unaware of the presence sharing this room with him. This box was equivalent to a bed on Earth, and a figure just happened to be standing right before it. This figure, who hovered above the sleeping Ozis, reached out to grab his head. Mental manipulation has been activated. Transferring memories. The activities this figure had engaged in within the last 1 hour was getting transferred into the mind of the Ozis like they were using a Bluetooth connection. A couple of memories got omitted according to the will of the figure hovering above the Ozis, and after a few more seconds, memory transfer complete, the figure, who was obviously Gustav, withdrew after this notification popped up in line of sight. He proceeded to place an invisibility button on his forehead in the next instant and vanished. A small whooshing sound rang out without disturbing the vicinity. Gustav was gone, like he was never here in the first place. The person whose memories he had just tampered with was the Ozis whose identity he made use of to infiltrate the Synaxes. This Ozis worked there and was supposed to come in today to do a few inspections, but Gustav had done something to him the night before. The Ozis was currently in a state of deep sleep because of Gustav, and now that he had achieved his objective, he needed to close off any loose ends. When this Ozis awoke, they'd have the memories of Gustav heading to the Synaxes and doing inspection as expected with a couple of cutouts. Gustav, where were you? We've been looking everywhere. Did you miss out? The group began clamoring the moment Gustav arrived back at the Zero Haven. Chapter 1282. A gentle reminder not to purchase privilege until I announce that it is ready for purchase. The group began clamoring the moment Gustav arrived back at the Zero Haven. I finished the race and couldn't keep waiting for you guys, so I went ahead to purchase some food. Kinda got sidetracked, but here you go, guys, Gustav responded while tapping on his storage button. Zing, 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 zing. Snacks in transparent plastic bags began to appear in everyone's hands, including Planet Osius participants. Wow, cool man, then what the hell is this? He yelled the last bit with an expression of horror as he noticed the contents of the snack bag in his hand. Every Earth participant except Glade had their faces drained of excitement as they stared at the snack bags with disgusted expressions. They were filled with brown eyeballs and purplish noddle-like tissues. The brown eyeballs had some unknown and thick, greenish liquid splattered all over them. It was like sauce, but this sauce was unlike anything that existed on Earth. The internal state of the snack bags looked extremely groggy, and one might retch at the sight of it if they were an Earthling. For the Osis, on the other hand, this was a heavenly snack. Dash, thanks Gustav. Dash, these are my favorite. Dash, you got the one with the gravy flavor. Dash, awesome. They appreciated Gustav's thoughtfulness and dug into the snack bag. He had an expression of betrayal and indignation as he pinched his nose while holding the bag up like it was a pile of shit. Bruh, come on, his eyes watered. Bottoms up, Gustav responded with a crafty smile. The group were trying to contain their disgust, but at the same time didn't want to look rude to the Osis, so they tried to make subtle gestures at Gustav to get them out of the situation. But where is yours? Timmy questioned. I already ate, Gustav replied. What a coincidence. I already ate too. He cackled nervously while trying to return the snack. But you were with us all through you couldn't have possibly eaten, Vice Captain Ale said with a concerned tone. Now, don't be shy, you can eat our food and enjoy it without shame, another Osis participant voiced from the side. He was once again interrupted, but this time it was Gustav. At the very least this looks similar to your cooking, so enjoy it. Gustav patted E on the back twice. Quack! E nearly puked out blood upon hearing this. Oh, does that mean E is a great cook? His dishes must be truly wonderful, Tis Osis voiced with intrigued expressions as they flocked around E. Quite the contrary. Every Earth participant yelled in their minds, deciding to keep quiet since they felt Gustav had damaged E enough for the day. Eventually, E was fed the snacks by one of the female Osis who felt he was being shy, and they all laughed and joked as the exploration continued, while E felt like burying himself. The group went on to a different level to partake in a new activity. They spent a couple more hours at Zero Haven before deciding to explore a different location on planet Osius. The day was still very long, so they decided to enjoy every bit of it before the night came. Fortunately, we managed to rank in the 191th place before the second disqualification in the Versus Battle Challenge, a humanoid-looking figure with cone-shaped head and transparent skin voiced. Truly, we managed to pull it off, but we need to go higher in the coming challenges, or we will fail, another one with similar body structure responded. By the way, Orimon, why did you keep challenging Earth participants? You don't really believe you can win against them, do you? The largest in their midst questioned with a tone of bafflement. Orimon, who was on the other end of this accommodation space, could be seen twiddling a trinket of sorts. He slowly raised his face up with a disparaging expression before replying. Captain Alumo, just because you're scared of them doesn't mean I am. I am no coward. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Siomicronem, don't be a fool. The other time we had an encounter with one of them, we were all put down with little to no effort. It isn't cowardice to avoid them in a 1-versus-1 battle. In truth, that is the best move to make, Captain Alumo voiced with a logical tone. That was their captain, and he may be a freak of nature, but the others aren't. You're just too fearful, Captain, Orimon replied with a ridiculing tone. The others aren't weak either. It is foolhardy to engage when a physical battle will most definitely end in a loss. If we are going to win against the Earth and take first place in ISOP, it won't be through engaging them in a regular way. We would have to be smart about it, because whether we choose to admit it or not, they are stronger than we are, Captain Alumo stated strongly without getting angry. Whatever you say, Captain. I won't be a coward. Orimon stood to his feet at this point and began heading out. I will make sure I get them in the next challenge, with or without your help. They will pay, Orimon swore as he placed the ring like trinket on his finger. Asterisk, sigh asterisk. I hope none of you think like he does. Captain Alumo questioned with a tone of concern. What a wimp, and with Orimon. 9 other Zionsis had the similar thoughts in mind as they stared at Orimon heading out, but they decided not to air their thoughts. The day soon came to an end, and by the time it did, news had already spread of the 50 planets who won the disqualification stage of the battle challenge. Planet Raz, which became one of the spectators' favorite during the battle challenge, was amongst the 50 who were to proceed to the next challenge. Now only around 250 planets were left participating in ISOP. This was a far cry from the nearly 3,000 planets at the start. The next major challenge would signal the beginning of the end of ISOP. Handler 1 went on to address the entire arena about the next challenge, saying it would be announced 2 days from now. This meant that the main candidates for each planet had 2 days of rest. Although for the ones who were already in top 200, this would make it a total of 3 days. Gustav already knew what he would spend the next 2 days doing. The group, of course, were ecstatic when they heard this news and still wanted to go out for more exploration, but Gustav announced that he wouldn't be joining them. He, of course, gave them an excuse, mentioning that it had something to do with his bloodline channels, and the group ate it up, except Endrik. Endrik didn't choose to confront Gustav yet, since he knew there were still things he was figuring out himself. At the dead of night, Gustav pulled a bluish cube out of his storage device and placed it on a platform etched to the wall of his room. Thrih, the cube unfurled while emitting a spectrum of light before turning into a computerized monitor. System, transfer the data that contains the memory here, Gustav instructed. Are you sure you're ready to see this? The system inquired internally. By your tone, I take it you already know the contents of the handler's last memory, and it is going to be quite the stuff to take in when I see it. Am I right? Gustav questioned. Yes, the system responded bluntly. I don't want to think about it, just show me, Gustav stated while placing his hand on the monitor. Transfer the memory, Gustav commanded. Data transfer from archive 0235244777219 in process. And the numbers have increased so much since the last time. Oh well, the system probably gathers universal data by the day, so I guess this is normal. Gustav decided not to give the numbers much thought as he focused on the transfer process. In a few minutes, a notification popped up on the computerized monitor before him. Video file received. That felt like it took forever, Gustav muttered as he tapped on the notification. The display quickly transformed as the start of a footage appeared on the monitor. Time to find out who the culprit is, Gustav muttered. TSSSHJSSKKK. The footage began with a loud noise that sounded like a mixture between claws scratching on hard surfaces and wet flesh wriggling together. What appeared in his line of sight was a cascading darkness surrounding a figure. The point of view from the person witnessing this could be seen quaking intensely. THS surroundings were obviously affected as well. Hey, are you okay? Chapter 1283. Did you kill Handler 302? A loud voice that seemed to have come from the one witnessing this disturbance rang out. What happened next caused Gustav's face to darken as the being engrossed in the enclosure of darkness was revealed. From the looks of things, the being wasn't alone, or maybe it was better to say it wasn't a Singe being. Kyr! The handler, who happened to obviously be the one witnessing this incident, was yanked upwards immediately by a pair of dark arms that appeared out of nowhere. She was struggling to free herself and activate an ability, but her body began to corrode from the moment the dark arms clutched onto her body. Gustav could see the dark marks appearing on the outstretched insect, like fingers of the handler. No matter how much she struggled, she was powerless in the face of the darkened and corrosive atmosphere. FYI, her vision quaked again, causing the footage to get a little blurry, and the next thing Gustav noticed was they had lifted off the ground. The ground kept getting farther and farther away as they ascended to great heights. Thrire, all of a sudden they began to descend with speed as the 30 different arms of darkness wrapped around her body, pulled her down with intensity towards a massive copper, like metallic rooftop with a long protrusion. Bam! Vision blackened as the footage turned dark for a few seconds. Gurg! Gustav could hear the sound of the handler coughing as little light returned to her vision. It was obvious that she was struggling to breathe and remain alive. The footage was currently blurry, which was also a depiction of how things must have been for her in the final moments. Gustav could see a massive copper-colored pillar, stained with blood, wedged right in the middle of the handler's body. Her face had tilted forward a bit to see the state she was in. Her arms trembled as her fingers reached out to touch the copper-colored protrusion in a bid to help herself out of the current predicament. Unfortunately, she was only able to leave a blood-stained print on it. She was unable to gather any energy as her blood flowed like a busted kitchen pipe, drenching the entire rooftop in its murkiness and metallic stench. Her vision turned even more blurry vision as she completely ran out of energy to keep her head up at this point. Her neck tilted to the back, and she slowly succumbed to the claws of death, dragging her into the afterlife. In the upside-down state of her blurry vision, the beings responsible for this stood at the edges of the rooftop unbothered while her life got snuffed out. Their writhing darkness casted a gloom of negativity across the vicinity. A thorny-looking crown floated above one of them, whose figure had dark tattoos all over. These dark tattoos seemed to be alive as they wriggled like worms, forming different shapes and changing positions occasionally on the skin of this being. The thorny crown floating above the head of this figure emitted flame like dark mist, causing it to look like it was dancing erratically to a silent beat in the dead of this ominous night. The other dark beings in the vicinity reacted oddly as the being with the crown floating above his head fell backwards, passing out on the rooftop. The playback stopped the moment he fell unconscious, but at the point where it stopped, Gustav noticed that the dark beings in the vicinity were dissipating. It almost seemed like they were about to dematerialize, but one couldn't tell exactly what happened next since it ended here. This is truly a hard pill to swallow, Gustav muttered with a disturbed look. I told you, the system voiced in response. Why do you think he did it? The system questioned. That's the problem. From what I noticed, there doesn't seem to be a motive. I am not even sure Falco is aware of what happened here. This isn't how he uses his dark abilities, and his tattoos are usually not that way. I find this whole situation to be very odd, but my major suspicion falls on that crown, Gustav said while getting up. You've become too trusting. It might come back to bite you in the ass. The system tried to give Gustav a reality check. Falco wouldn't do this in his right senses, Gustav reiterated. And with everything that has happened so far, you still believe he is in his right senses? It might be best to put him down now, before he becomes more trouble in the future, the system suggested. You're starting to sound like Endrick, Gustav eyes squinted. This might be the only time I and that little deviant will agree on something. I think you should take a look at Snavel. Siamikronem, listen. Yes, I do suspect him after everything that has happened so far and how Endrick warned me about him. But that doesn't mean I will jump to conclusions without uncovering everything that led to this, as well as the motive behind it, Gustav voiced with a firm tone. And now you're just being biased. If it was a different person, you'd waste no time in putting them down first. The system mayor a low chortle. I never said I was a good person. I will figure out whatever is going on in full details first before acting, Gustav stated. Falco has committed a crime on alien soil, a grave one at that. Your duty as an MBO officer would be to take him in and ask questions later. I'm not doing that, Gustav replied while walking towards the door. Are you thinking about the consequences this will bring? Or are you just making decisions from a place of emotions? Nobody knows he is responsible yet. For now. More like forever. No footage was found. Nobody managed to witness the incident despite it happening in the open. And even if they were able to access the handler's last memories like I did, they would only see dark figures. They won't be able to tell that it is Falco, since his face wasn't shown and his entire body was also black. The lighting in the vicinity as well. We only know it's Falco because we've seen the crown before. Even his tattoos were different. Gustav explained his reasoning behind why no one would ever discover that Falco was the culprit. Even at that, this time it was a handler who you bear no emotional attachment to. Do you know who's going to be next? Do you know if Angie would be the next person on a pike? Or dying in such a gruesome way? Think, Gustav, think. the system kept at it. Shush! I'm going to him now. Gustav walked out of his room in the next instant, choosing not to further engage the system. He soon arrived at the passageway that led to the other rooms, and strode forward till he arrived before the fourth door. Come! He knocked gently on this door a couple of times before speaking. Falco, you there? Come! He knocked a few more times before a low, timid voice replied from within. Yeah. It's Gustav, open up! The door slid open in the next instant, and Gustav walked into to meet Falco, cooped up on his bed in a cross-legged format, with a massive duvet wrapped around his body like a cloak. His facial expression made it seem like he was a little scared as his body twitched repeatedly while he rocked forward and backwards nervously. What's wrong? Gustav inquired. Nothing, just having sleeping troubles, Falco responded with a slightly shaky tone. Oh, still having those nightmares? Gustav asked. It's fine. Why are you here? Falco inquired with a wry smile. Gustav proceeded to step forward with a straight face and stopped when he arrived before Falco's bed. Activating sound space, Gustav's eyes twinked with a bluish glow as a transparent, spherical bluish barrier appeared around the both of them. What are you? I want you to tell me the truth, Falco. Gustav cut him off before he could question what was going on. Did you kill Handler 302? The moment Gustav spat this question out, Falco's face turned full panicky. His body began trembling as tension permeated the sound space Gustav had just conjured. How did you what-de-ho? He stuttered repeatedly, unable to form a single coherent sentence as his mind sank to the depths of fear. Gustav's current expression made things no better as he stared Falco directly in the eyes. Think carefully before you reply and tell me nothing but the truth. Did you kill Handler 302? Gustav's voice grew even several degrees colder as he questioned once more. The place turned very silent, with only Falco's breathing growing louder and increasing in pace by the second. The silence was getting almost too much to bear at this point as Falco felt chills run down his spine. He drew in a breath of confidence and defeat before finally speaking. I think so. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 1284S, I think so. What do you mean by that? It is a yes or no question, Falco, Gustav said with a calm but threatening tone. I can't answer with a yes or no, because I don't recall what happened. Falco responded with a fearful tone. I saw you, Falco. Falco's breathing turned even more hurried as Gustav said this. What do you mean by you saw me? I really can't remember what happened. When I came to, she was already dead. I swear. Falco stuttered a couple of times, but managed to voice the last part with a look of certainty. Everything. Falco's mind reeled back to the incident. Everything, don't skip anything, Gustav reiterated. I was asleep. Falco began narrating how he had another nightmare on that day. He explained to Gustav that in his nightmares there was always a person that claimed to be his father advising him to take the crown, how he would get threatened with insanity, and the so-called voice always telling him his loved ones would be put in danger if he keeps declining the crown. He went on to mention how in the last nightmare everyone was killed. Angie, Endrick, Ealdris, Timi, Rhea, Alevra, Glade, and even Gustav. The voice mentioning how they would be in danger, but not from the voice, rather from him. Then he awakened to find himself on the rooftop with the corpse of the handler behind him. How long has this been happening? The voice, how long has it been appearing in your dreams? Gustav inquired with a worried tone. Since the nightmares began since Darko's disappearance. Falco answered with a low tone. This has been happening since that time? I thought you said they were just nightmares. Gustav had a slightly shocked expression on his face as he voiced out. I couldn't tell anyone. At first, I thought they were normal nightmares, but then it started getting worse. I couldn't go to sleep without the voice appearing in my dreams, and every time I would watch you guys die by my hands. Ha ha ha. I think I'm going crazy. Maybe you should just put me away, Gus. Tears welled at the corner of Falco's eyes' voice. He looked like he was starting to lose it. Hold on, work with me here, Falco. The voice claims to be your father, right? Gustav questioned. Yes. Have you ever found your father suspicious? Is this something he could get involved with? Think, Gustav kept questioning. No, my father is a very simple mixed blood, who only has eyes for business. Also, he is very weak. I am currently the highest in bloodline rank within my entire immediate family. Big brother followed in father's footstep and went into business, while father made me join the MBO, especially because of Darko. They believe I'd be able to learn how to control my bloodline better if I joined the MBO camp, Falco explained. It looked like he already thought about it as well and concluded his father could never be behind this. The voice, the crown. Falco, did you ever stop to think you might be adopted? Gustav inquired. It hit Falco like a train the moment Gustav pointed this out. It was a possibility that never crossed his mind, most especially because, right from a young age, people had mentioned he was a splitting image of his father. That can't be right. Oh, wait, you've never seen my father, Falco shook his head. There's always a possibility, Gustav pointed out. In this case, I don't think there is. I really am a splitting image of my father. Falco seemed to be in denial regardless. Either way, we need to get to the bottom of this, and we have two focal points. Your father and the crown, Gustav listed. I think the crown may just be showing me these nightmares, so I can accept it, Falco said. That is a possibility as well, but we can't have you out here killing people, Falco. At the moment you are a danger to everyone and even yourself. Gustav decided to lay it down straight. I know. That's why I don't want to join the next challenge. What are you going to do to me now? Are you going to hand me over to Planet Ozius authorities? Falco inquired with a sigh of defeat. No. We need to find out who you are. Beyond all of this, there is something. Your true identity. We need to discover everything and the motive behind all of this. Gustav responded while stepping closer. How are we going to do that? Falco questioned. You are going to accept the crown, Gustav stated. Right, I'm going to accept the... Wait, what? No. Falco immediately shook his head, declining. We need to know what we're dealing with. You need to know who you are. For some reason, Gustav was starting to suspect that Falco had some identity crisis. I cannot do that. I feel I would lose myself. Falco shook his head repeatedly, shuddering at the thought of accepting the power. Pat. Gustav placed his hand on Falco's shoulder and stared down at him. Listen to me, Falco. Do you want to know who you are and why all of this is happening? Gustav inquired. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Siamacron M. I wanna, but it's too risky. Who knows what might happen? I don't want to harm any of you. Falco kept shaking his head. If you remain this way, the chances of harming everyone is higher. If you accept it, at the very least, know what exactly we're dealing with instead of being on the fence, Gustav reiterated. But it's your power, isn't it? Dominate it and control it instead of letting things go the other way around. Falco will be Falco. It is your power, Gustav stated with a tone of certainty. Maybe you are right. Maybe you'll be able to get Darko back faster too. Falco was starting to consider it. That's the spirit. It is your power. It should answer to you. It's time to claim it, Gustav responded. Falco took in a mouthful of breath as he gathered courage. Okay, I'll do it, he said while letting go of the juve covering his body. Good. I'll be here for you the whole time if you need me. Gustav smiled with a comforting gaze. Falco nodded before shutting his eyes and activating his bloodline. Shrew, his body began emitting dark mist in the next instant, and the image of the thorny crown appeared in his mind. ZZHHRRHH. In the next moment, half of the thorny crown appeared in the room. hovering few inches above Falco's head. Few will begin the process of accepting the power now, Falco voiced as he opened his eyes. His facial expression displayed a look of confoundment as he stared at Gustav before him. Ha 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 ha, good job, my son. Good job. I knew you had a deep respect for this person, and it worked. The voice that plagued Falco's nightmare was ringing out from between Gustav's lips. What? Wah! Falco couldn't believe his eyes as the realization dawned on him. Hendrik could tell that Gustav had truly forgiven him now, and it was a great feeling for him. He felt all his hard work to prove himself had paid off. The battles continued, and soon the batch ended. Hendrik and Moviard's battle, along with 4 others, had been the highlight of this batch. To say the spectators were stunned would be an understatement. Things were getting more interesting as weaker planets lost all of their points and got automatically disqualified. Soon the planets challenging weaker ones to easily gain points would be unable to do so anymore once every single one of them was gone. Yuhiko, are you ready? Gustav voiced while approaching the black-haired beauty with a doll-like face. Huh? What do you mean? Yuhiko questioned with an expression of confoundment. We've lost 1,200 points from declining the other challenges after our 3 tries, Gustav voiced. Yuhiko nodded while maintaining an expression of intrigue, wondering where Gustav was going with this. It's time to regain everything and add a little more to that, Gustav added. Huh? How? What do you mean? Yuhiko stuttered. Gustav stood before her and gave her a small finger twack on her forehead. You're going next, dummy, he voiced. Yuhiko looked up at the screens displaying the 150 participants selected for the next batch. I am not amongst, she voiced with confusion still. Yes, but one of these participants are going to challenge you, and it's going to be someone with a high number of points, Gustav responded. Are you saying I should accept a challenge? Yuhiko's eyes widened with an expression of surprise. Yes, don't be slow, Gustav responded. But I thought... Yuhiko still couldn't hide the look of surprise on her face. Whatever you thought was wrong. I was letting everyone bear a stereotypical thought about you in their minds. It's going to pay off now. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he closed in further on Yuhiko. You go out there, take them by surprise and win. After voicing this out, Gustav turned around and moved back to his initial spot. Yuhiko's body trembled slightly in both excitement and anticipation as she stared in Gustav's expression. Chapter 1285, however, the sharp outburst of intense dark energy only lasted a moment. It vanished as quickly as it appeared. Gustav met Falco, laying on THS bed peacefully with nearly nothing out of place within the room. The loud crash from the door getting kicked down had alerted the others, who were now making their way towards Falco room as well. Gustav stepped forward and looked around but really couldn't find anything. Falco, who was laying on the bed, sleeping on the other hand, had ropes of dark mist floating out of his mouth, which was a bit ajar. What is this? Gustav could barely sense Falco's presence, despite standing before him. It was almost like his existence was fickle. Gustav wondered if this would be the same for the others. Falco, Gustav reached out to touch him. Wake you! The moment his hand made contact with Falco's body, he quickly retracted it. What the? He stared at his hand after the retraction. A couple of fingers had webs of darkness climbing up like they were alive. Cold. Deep and icy coldness. This was what Gustav felt when he made contact with Falco's body. Falco's body looked absolutely normal except for the rope of darkness his slightly ajar mouth emitted. Yet his body was extremely cold to touch and corrosive. Regeneration has been activated. Even with regeneration, it took more than a few seconds for the corrosive darkness to vanish from Gustav's fingertips. What is it? I heard the noise. What happened? Is Falco all right? Everyone was arriving together and could see Gustav standing before Falco's bed with a concerning look. Is he? Angie reached out to touch Falco. Pa! Gustav grabbed her hand before she could make contact with his skin. What is it? She questioned. Don't touch him, his body is corrosive, Gustav answered. Angie slowly retracted with a bothered look as well. Something is wrong with Falco. I don't know what it is, but I can tell it is serious, Gustav stated with a serious tone. Is his body only corrosive to the touch of living beings? His bed seems to still be okay, Eldris asked while furrowing his eyebrows despite his eyes still being closed. No, that is because Gustav slightly crouched as he reached out to touch the bed. Why, he pulled the bed from underneath Falco's body, sweeping it to the other side of the room. Wah! He exclaimed as everyone stared at Falco's body levitating in place. It turned out that Falco's body was floating less than an inch above the bed all this time, so it was easy to think he was laying on it. What do we do now? How do we figure out exactly what is wrong with him? E and Angie questioned in successions. Maybe we should try to wake him up, Timmy suggested. Falco! Almost everyone began to yell his name at this point. Some of them threw things at his levitating body, while some conjured non-lethal abilities to use on him. No matter how much they tried, they were unable to wake Falco. Everything that came into contact with him corroded before their very eyes. Gustav wasn't the only one that had issues sensing Falco's presence. For the others, it was like Falco wasn't here at all. They could only confirm Falco's presence with their eyes but not their senses. This is serious. I think we should inform Grand Commander Cheyenne, Eldris suggested. There wasn't much they could do anyways, since this predicament seemed to be too much for them right now. If things were normal, Falco would have awoken since, but this was obviously not in any way normal. While all of this was causing a ruckus, Gustav was unaware that Falco was currently in the process of accepting the crown because of him. The voice had mimicked Gustav's appearance and showed up to Falco in a realistic dream earlier, advising him to accept the power of the crown. Everything had been extremely realistic, as the voice had mirrored Gustav's character almost perfectly from Falco's memories. Grand Commander Cheyenne, Miss Amy, and the other MBO officers on planet Ozia soon arrived at the accommodation area. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Comfy had been briefed about the situation through communication channels, but when they arrived, they realized that things were worse than they had expected. Not even Grand Commander Cheyenne could touch Falco without suffering the corrosive effect. Miss Amy had to create something to move Falco in so he could be studied better in a place with proper equipments. At the moment, they had no idea what was wrong with him, but Gustav already had his suspicions. Time went by in a flash, and the night before the next challenge arrived. During the last 2 days, Gustav had spent his time trying to figure out what happened with Falco and what Endrick was hiding from him. Both endeavors ended up not being fruitful. Falco had been in the same state for the last 2 days, with everyone unable to figure out exactly what was wrong with him, while Endrick repeated the same thing about being unable to decipher if what he saw was for Gustav. For Falco's situation, Gustav's major suspicion was linked to the crown he was supposed to accept. Still, despite the fact that he had this suspicion, he really couldn't do anything. Gustav felt extremely powerless at the moment and finally decided to tell Miss Amy about what happened in Arabia City and how he felt it was linked to this. Are you saying that kid might not be a mixed blood? Miss Amy questioned after hearing Gustav narrate the occurrences so far. I don't know, but I feel he has a different identity, like how the system and that other being Husarius says in the outworldly, whatever that means, Gustav responded while holding his chin. This is more complex than I expected. That crown, you said the kid would change if he accepted it, right? Miss Amy inquired. That is what his alter ego mentioned, although I don't think that was his alter ego now. I think he was there to protect him, Gustav replied. If the kid is truly in the process of accepting the crown like you think, there are only 2 options left, Miss Amy voiced. Which are? Gustav's eyes shone with curiosity. We either stop the process or we kill him, Miss Amy stated with an undisturbed tone. I prefer the former to the latter, Gustav immediately pointed out. And what if the former doesn't work? Miss Amy asked. Well, keep trying, I guess, Gustav voiced. No. If the former doesn't work, we move you the latter, Miss Amy stated. Now, Miss Amy, don't be like that. Let's just try to stop the process if it is ongoing, Gustav voiced with a pleading tone. It'll reach out to an old friend with power mental abilities. They should be able to reach into the subconscious of the kid and find a way to help him. Miss Amy came to a decision. Really? Phew, that would be great. Gustav let out a breath of relief upon hearing that. Miss Amy. Thank you, Gustav voiced from behind. She paused and slowly turned around with a beautiful smile on her face. Anything for you? Thwaiwe, her figure blurred in the next instant, and she vanished. Gustav looked a little relieved after this conversation, but he recalled something. 2 days left on the timer. It's time I found out if these guys are linked to it. Gustav tapped on his left wrist in the next instant. The dimensional bracelet beamed up, and in the next few moments it emitted a flash of blue light, and Gustav vanished. The next morning, everyone was gathered in the arena once more. Cheers, chatter. Cheers, the entire place was noisy as usual with the millions of spectators gathered around this magnificent structured location. The number of ISOP participants had reduced to 5,000, but the spectators were still as many as ever. Handler One's podium rose once more as he prepared to address the entire arena. The place slowly quietened the moment he began speaking. The next major challenge will begin soon. Handler One pointed at the screens which went on to display the wheel. The wheel had only a few parts that were marked undone at this point, so the spectators as well as participants could count with one hand the options left. Zrire, the wheel began spinning, and after a couple of moments, the arrow was positioned on the image of a tower of sorts. The Heaven Monolith Challenge. Handler One's voice reverberated across the arena. The Heaven, what now? E eyebrows twitched as he voiced out. Chapter 1286S. In this challenge, the participants are tasked with reaching the top of the monolith, or rather specifically their captains. There are 200 slots available at the top of the monolith, and to successfully pass this challenge, a captain must make sure to acquire one of the 200 slots. It goes without a saying that the 50 who fail to acquire a slot at the top of the monolith will be disqualified, Handler One explained lengthily. I don't think that is the case, listen, Gustav responded. The captains are required to take a slot upon arrival at the top of the monolith because it will not be counted if a normal member of the team or a vice captain does so in their stead. Everyone in the team is required to do their best to get their captain to the top before the others. There is no time limit. The challenge comes to an end when all slots have been taken, Handler One went on to say. This challenge will be over very quickly, Yonda shook his head. Most people felt so too. It was practically just a climbing exercise, or so they thought. Troy and the screens went on to display a live footage of the monolith they were meant to scale. What the? Everyone displayed looks of bafflement as whatever camera that seemed to be recording this slowly tilted to show how large it was. The monolith was like a pillar with very smooth surface that extended so high the footage couldn't display all of it from below. The display of the footage was currently ascending along with the massive monolith. The bottom area seemed to cover a radius of more than 4,000 feet, but as it seemed to get thinner the higher the footage covered. In a bit the spectators could see that it had pierced through the conducive atmosphere of planet Osius and extended into outer space. Well, damn, this must be why it is called the Heaven Monolith, Timmy voiced. But none of us is capable of breathing in outer space without a space suit, Matilda stated with a baffled tone. They'll probably provide us with gear, he said. Outer space gear will not be provided. Participants are expected to be resilient enough to deal with the arduous situation using their abilities alone. Handler One loud voice instantly dashed their hopes. Dash, what the hell? How are we supposed to survive? Dash, some planetary species can breathe in space because of their genes. This is unfair to those of us who weren't born that way. Dash, this is totally unfair. A lot of participants began to yell loud in protest. Handler 1 paused for a bit before speaking. There is no unfairness in this. It is simply a part of their ability if they were born that way. No changes shall be made in regards to this, the handler stated without a shred of sympathy. Some participants still kept chattering on and voicing out their dissatisfaction, but Handler 1 continued regardless. The monolith has 5 layers, and a person from a group has to be sacrificed at each layer to allow the continued movement of the others. There will be multiple challenges in climbing to the apex of the monolith, but I wish you all good luck in this endeavor, Handler 1 explained with an optimistic tone. Sacrificed? What does that mean? Angie eyebrows furrowed. Handler 1 went on to explain that by sacrifice, he meant one person would have to stay behind for the others to have access to continue climbing the monolith. Flight abilities were the only restrictions in this challenge. Participants were given a height jump limit as well. Everything else went. They could attack each other if they wanted and use every other thing at their discretion to reach the top of the monolith. This challenge will be held on the first disc. Handler 1 ended the briefing with this. The first disc was the largest disc in the entirety of planet Osius. However, it was surprisingly the least populated out of all the discs. The atmosphere there was said to be incredibly rich, making all living inhabitants there naturally evolve quicker than any other species. According to rumors, one was closer to immortality the longer they stayed there, and the true ancients of planet Osius, who said to be some of the most powerful beings in existence, resided on the first layer. Gustav hadn't paid any heed to this since they arrived here because he didn't care about immortality. He wasn't looking to live forever. However, being on the first disc would be pretty interesting, even if it was for a brief period. The outer space thing shouldn't be much of a problem, Gustav voiced to the others who were still worried. It just depends on how long you can hold your breath, he added. The challenge doesn't end till all 200 slots are filled, if I recall correctly. Eldris began speaking with a troubled expression. You're worried because we have no idea how long it would take for the 200 slots to be filled, Gustav pointed out. I think you should take a look at Snavel, Siamakronem. Yeah, what if it's longer than our ability to hold our breath? Eldris questioned. Let's focus on getting to the top first. Since only captains are required to get the slot, it should be fine, Gustav assured them, but internally he also knew that Eldris' concern was not one to scoff out. The only option at the moment was to wing things. It was difficult to tell how things would turn out. Besides this, one had to also look out for those who would try to target captains. Since without captains a slot couldn't be acquired, captains were both the strength and weaknesses of a group. However, it went without a saying that some participants would definitely think twice before messing with a captain. They were captains for a reason. Zing, 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 zing. The participants were teleported in successions to the first disc, and soon the middle of the arena was completely empty. The screens above displayed the participants who had appeared before the monolith. The monolith is really very high. E bent his neck to the limit, trying to see the top, but it was impossible. It covered a height of more than 200,000 feet, which was why it had pierced through the atmospheric layers above into space. Under normal circumstances, people like Gustav and Angie could scale this height in a short duration, but this wasn't normal circumstances. The stairs strapped to the sides of the monolith was more visible in person, and it was just as smooth as the rocky pillar itself. The width of the stairs could contain 20 people moving side by side, and they happened to curve around the monolith like snakes wrapping around their prey. At some areas on the monolith, the 2 stairways on the right and left intersected. A golden monolith, never thought I'd see one in my lifetime, Matilda voiced with a tone of astonishment. Just imagine the price this would sell for on Earth, hee. Ee said, nearly drooling from his mouth. We're here to climb, not rob an entire structure, dumbass. Teamy slapped Ee at the back of his head. Ouch, just food for thoughts, man. Winced lightly. Gustav could feel the atmosphere of the first disc. It was truly unlike anything he had felt before, and the others felt this as well. They could feel their bloods pumping and circulating at a much higher rate, the pores of their skin taking in the magical air of the vicinity. Host vitality is increasing. Host vitality is increasing. Host vitality is increasing. Gustav stared at the notifications at the corner of his sight. If things keep going this way, you may unlock a new ability, the system voiced. Does the atmosphere really have that much effect on living creatures? Gustav couldn't help but be astonished by this. Yes, but not just living creatures. Even non-living things are affected. The skies here were green and whitish. Constellations could be spotted in the distance, but there wasn't much anyone could see from this part of the first disc. Elevra placed her hand on the barrier that prevented them from going further. Every single participant currently waited while staring at the massive monolith. I declare the start of the Heaven Monolith Challenge. Handler One's voice suddenly rang out loudly. The instant the barrier vanished, everyone charged forward with intensity. Yaha! Let's go! They were like angry mobs as they made their way across the golden, planted grounds to the monolith up front. Since two different stairs were constructed on the right and left sides of the monolith, respectively, the mob soon split as they arrived before it. Gustav and the others immediately went right as they clustered together upon reaching the stairs. Fwai! Gustav grabbed a green-faced alien on the right and flung him away the moment they arrived on the first stair. Chapter 1287. Gustav grabbed a green-faced alien on the right and flung him away the moment they arrived on the first stair. Go! They moved forward together, pushing through the crowd to get further ahead. It was really a sight to behold as the participants began attacking one another due to the spaces on the stairs not being enough for everyone to move through at the same time. It was really a sight to behold as the participants began attacking one another due to the spaces on the stairs not being enough for everyone to move through at the same time. Everyone wanted to be ahead, but they also needed to make sure they didn't separate from their captains. Some groups moved towards the smooth surface of the monolith and began climbing with their limbs attached to it instead of using the stairs. Some other planetary species tried to climb as well, but they soon realized it wasn't as easy as it looked. Its surface was incredibly smooth, so only species who knew how to stick their body to things or excrete liquid from their skins that would help them stick to the monolith could successfully climb. Gustav already cancelled the thought of climbing before the challenge began. He knew it would be incredibly difficult and time-taking, so the stairs were the best option, especially if they were going to stick together. With the start of the new challenge, the entire arena was once more in a state of uproar. Lots of participants had already gotten kicked off the stairs from the very beginning, and some were still getting kicked off after making a bit of progress. If one got pushed off the stairs, they had to start again since flying wasn't allowed. This was even more frustrating for species with wings. It made their wings look useless. Out of my way! A massive Klaxosape swung a giant 30-foot-long club as he charged forward. Swiaya! The club cleared a bunch of participants on before them, sending a whole group of 20 flying. The Klaxosapes followed him closely from behind, letting their teammate clear the path. Fwai! He swung the massive club forward once more at a bunch ahead, but the moment it arrived before the humanoid figure on the right, it was stopped. Bam! A hand had reached out to stop the massive club. HNNGHH! The Klaxosape groaned as he realized he was unable to pull his club backwards, but the moment the person who stopped the club turned to face him, he froze. Captain Crimson! His eyes widened as Gustav let go of the club, causing him to stagger backwards and lose his footing. He rolled down the stairs for a couple of feet before the other Klaxosapes caught him. They were about to question what the issue was when they spotted Gustav and the others ahead. Watch where you're pointing that thing, Gustav voiced before running ahead to catch up with the others. The stairs were even more crowded at the bottom at this moment, as lots of participants had been sent off. Bang! Bang! Boom! All sorts or attacks were sent forth as participants attacked one another while trying to wreck-limb the stairs. At this point, Gustav and the others had scaled more than 2,000 stairs and were heading further upwards. Gustav would occasionally leap across 100 feet in a go with the others. They were extremely quick, but made sure not to cross the height limit when leaping. He did the same as he conjured vortexes to cover short distances, since it would be against the rule if he used it to the fullest. Zria, he conjured another vortex and stepped forward. The moment he arrived another 100 steps away, he sensed something. Oh! He muttered as he looked down to see a white, glowing circle appear around his foot. Gustav and the others arrived a step behind with conflicted expressions as a bright, white glow surrounded the entire group. Zing! They all vanished in the next instant. The Earthlings are gone, Captain Kriv voiced with a surprised expression. Ha ha ha! That's what they get for being so prideful. The one who attacked Gustav earlier laughed. It doesn't matter, let's go. Captain Kriv voiced as he increased his pace. Be careful here, this is where they disappeared. The vice captain voiced as they made their way forward carefully and quickly. The others behind also quickened their pace, carefully crossing the area Earth participants had vanished from. Zing! Earth participants reappeared at the bottom of the monolith. What the hell? What did you do? I think you should take a look at Snovel. The group yelled in fury as they realized what just happened. I don't know. He had a baffled expression as he voiced. It's not his fault. Anyone would have fallen into that. Gustav stopped the others from berating him. Indeed, even though Handler 1 mentioned that we'd meet different obstacles, there was no way to know what to expect. Eldris chimed in. Let's get back up there, Gustav stated while turning towards the start of the stairs on the right. It was still crowded with loads of participants, and now they were behind everyone. Gustav charged forward in the next instant, speeding through the midst of 2 participants that were in a heated battle. Fwoosh! The wind generated from his speed was like a slap to their faces as they just realized what happened. Hey! They both yelled out at the same time and turned to face the direction Gustav headed in, only for 3 others to sped past them as well. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh! Elevra and Sheila leapt over them, causing the 2 to look up in bafflement, but at this point didn't even know who to focus on. Up ahead, Gustav could see that there were more than 400 participants in heated battles, crowding where the stairs began. There was not even a bit of space to pass through as attacks dispersed across the vicinity powerfully. Gustav uttered calmly as he approached the crowd. Got it, he voiced in response as he raised his right hand and twirled his index and middle together. Swee-a massive vortex suddenly opened up below, covering the entirety of the beginning stairway. Wea-wah! Every single participant crowding the place fell into the vortex, which closed up after swallowing them all. What the hell? The other participants behind who were battling with one another stopped after witnessing this. Without wasting a second more, they charged forward. Now that the stairways were free, this was a great opportunity to climb. Zrihia, a massive vortex, opened up hundreds of feet behind the monolith, vomiting over 400 participants upon its appearance. Those bastard Earthlings. Damn it! Get to the stairway, hurry! They all quickly collected themselves with tones of annoyances as they charged at the monolith ahead. At the moment, Gustav and the others were making their way across the stairs once more. They moved very quickly, and since they already covered this area earlier, they were not worried about activating any traps. Angie, of course, had to move slower due to everyone else being slow. They had to scale the monolith as a group. They soon crossed the distance of more than 5,000 stairs and began closing in on the area where EE had activated the trap earlier. Be careful of where you step and follow my footing, Gustav announced as he scaled another 300 stairs in an instant. The group made sure to always land where he is, since their speed wasn't hindered. The group could move very quickly in a single step. Crossing 1,000 stairs wasn't a problem, but doing so without your feet touching a single stair in the process would result in disqualification. The restrictions for this challenge ultimately caused everyone's speed to be reduced. Gustav leapt past the area where he initially triggered the trap and kept moving. God Eyes was currently activated to look out for traps, but Gustav wasn't very confident in its abilities at the moment. The way the trap was activated made Gustav suspicious about being unable to tell if a step had a trap beforehand. On the bright side, he could see the footsteps of the other participants who had gone before them through God Eyes, so he made sure to follow these footsteps. Since the others ahead hadn't encountered the same situation, yet it meant following their steps wouldn't be a problem. After a couple more minutes, they had scaled more than 50,000 stairs. Gustav was still following the footsteps when he suddenly paused. "Stop!" Gustav voiced. "The footsteps are no longer visible." Something happened, Gustav said internally as he looked upwards. His sight zoomed across a distance of 5,000 feet, and he soon understood why this was the case. "We just finished scaling the first layer," Gustav announced. Chapter 1288. "We just finished scaling the first layer," Gustav announced. "Oh, sweet! That was easier than I expected." The group faces shone with a bit of relief after hearing this. "Once we move up ahead, we'll arrive at the bridge before the first and second layer, and one person would have to stay at the entry point of the second layer for everyone else to get past," Gustav explained. "Oh, how do we get there now?" Timmy asked. "We just do this, I guess," Gustav stated while stepping forward. In the next moment, the stairway before them completely flattened, turning steep. A rectangular opening appeared before them, and the group proceeded to walk in. Within this opening was a small space where smoothened out walls at the west and east corner. Up ahead was a golden glowing pathway which led further forward. The group wasted no time in stepping forward and walked till they arrived at the end of the golden glowing pathway. At what was presumed to be the end of the pathway was a cave-like opening on the left and a glowing doorway on the right. 2 signs could be spotted on the right and left top corners. Sacrifice, Squinting Eyes Face, Access. Gustav interpreted the meaning of the signs, and everyone immediately understood that the cave-like dark opening was the path that belonged to the teammate who was supposed to stay behind to provide access for the rest of the group. Timmy reached out to touch the glowing doorway that had the access sign, but couldn't get through. An invisible barrier stopped everyone from going through, and, as Handler One mentioned, they wouldn't get access till a teammate sacrificed themselves. "Abestos, you're up," Gustav stated. Abestos nodded with any arguments and turned towards the left. Everyone watched as he approached the dimly lit cave-like opening and walked through a moment later. ZZHRRIUHH, reddish rays scanned across his body the moment he walked through, and everyone waited. "It's still sealed," Timmy stated after sticking his hand out to touch the glowing doorway up ahead. "Mental manipulation has been activated." Gustav decided to send Abestos a mind message after waiting for a couple of seconds more. "Any issues?" "Yeah, just a little, but I took care of them already." "Oh? I've gotten to the end. The barrier should be lifted for you guys soon, all right? Good job." "Thanks, Captain." What caused the delay, though? Gustav and Abestos ended communication after a few, and now he was aware of a new information. "Handler One is pretty sneaky," Gustav chuckled. "What's that?" EE questioned. "Let's go," Gustav voiced before stepping forward. Everyone had looks of surprise when he stepped through the glowing doorway undisturbed. They didn't realize the barrier was already lifted. They wasted no time in following after Gustav. When the last person was about walking through, 2 groups were arriving behind. When they noticed Gustav's teammates moving into the glowing doorway, they sped forward with intensity. Shirama noticed them and furrowed her eyebrows as they arrived at the doorway. Bam! 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 She didn't even bother attacking them. The group slammed into a barrier before they could reach the doorway. Looks like it's selective and knows who to keep out so long as the conditions have not been met, Sharama scoffed before stepping through the glowing doorway undisturbed. Gustav walked out of the light and noticed he had arrived at the base of next layer of the monolith. This place was more than 40,000 feet above the ground, but it was leveled and rounded around the monolith like a floor. Just like the bottom of the monolith, the beginning of 2 stairways could be spotted on the right and left. One couldn't go back because a barrier was set in place that prevented such. If anyone fell off the stairs after climbing for a bit, they would only start from the base of the second layer again instead of the bottom of the monolith. Arfha! A series of loud screams were heard from above as a massive metallic-looking ball came cascading down the left stairway. Throyoyua, I think you should take a look at Snavel. Kabam! Soon they arrived back at the base of the second layer as the massive metallic ball rolled off the edge after achieving its objective. The group cursed as they realized they had returned to the start of the second layer. It seemed like they triggered a trap like E did on the first layer. Right it is, Gustav voiced as he turned towards the right stairway. The others, who had appeared beside him, followed in line. They began making their way upwards with speed. Swish, there are at least 50 groups ahead of us, but we can't assume we're safe since we don't know what to expect yet, Gustav voiced as all 19 participants ascended across the stairway. At this point, they were starting to reach the upper atmosphere of planet Osius' first disk. The cold wind circulating across the area was a little intense, but the group could handle it. For reasons unknown to the rest, the gravitational force remained the same even though they were closing on space at this height. Gustav had God Eyes activated, so could see that the reasons there were no changes to the gravitational state was due to the gigantic monolith. It seemed to be negating the effects space would usually have. As the group climbed further, the fog gathering around them increased. At this point, no one could see the lower parts of the monolith anymore since they had reached a height of nearly 100 feet. The fog was becoming denser, like its aim was to separate teammates from each other. Fortunately, God Eyes made this impossible as Gustav could see his teammates easily, and even without God Eyes, his perception made it so no one was able to escape his range of detection. Gustav sensed something the moment he scaled 93,000 steps. Pa! He reached towards the left and pushed Angie away. The moment he did so, Angie slipped and tumbled backwards for a couple feet. Endrick, who was a few steps behind, caught her before she tumbled further. The moment her feet stabbed, she noticed Gustav up ahead, gesturing for everyone to stop. Some footsteps disappeared, and some are all the way up there instead, Gustav announced. Traps? E inquired. Most likely, probably got a couple of groups, but not all were activated, some are still in place. You nearly triggered on Angie, Gustav responded. It turned out that where you stepped on a particular stair mattered. Gustav didn't trigger any, but if Angie had managed to step beside him, she would have. Thankfully, she watered down her speed from the start. Gustav raised his arm and waved it around forcefully. Whoosh! A strong wind was generated from his arm, which immediately cleared the fog, covering a distance of more than 2,000 feet. We'll go one after the other here. Wait and follow after the next person exacts footsteps, which should follow mine, Gustav instructed. He proceeded to leap across 300 steps in the next instant, since this was the furthest they could go with it. He carefully navigated his way forward as he leapt further again, arriving at the far right of the next 300 stairs. He immediately followed behind, pacing himself properly to Gustav's speed. Elevra followed behind E, and Sheila followed behind her. Going up one after the other was of course taking a bit of time, but Gustav felt this was better than having to trigger any trap, and he could tell there were traps all across the next 3,000 steps, so he was trying to be as careful as possible. Eldris waited until everyone else had stepped forward before he did. However, since it had taken some time, a couple of groups were arriving from behind. One of them sped forward with an unhinged, condescending expression as they passed by Aeldris' side. Aeldris was going to warn the participant, as well as the group behind him, when T-char-r-r-a-I-ch-ch-ch-ch. A massive stroke of lightning descended from above. Arfha! The participants screamed in agony as the smell of cooked flesh permeated the air. Unfortunately, this wasn't the end, as 2 more lightning streaks descended on this participant before they disappeared. A cloud above streaked with red lightning streaks, and Aeldris saw this as his cue to leave before he was mistaken for the teammate of the victimized participant. So whoosh, he crossed 300 steps in an instant, but paused the next moment. Where did they? Oh mine, Aeldris could sense that whoever left before him was long gone, so he had no idea where exactly he was supposed to land next, since he had been paying attention to the participant that was getting struck by lightning earlier. On the other side of the monolith stairs, the Draconites made their way forward undisturbed. Pa, 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 pa. The sound of their giant feet stamping heavily against the stairs reverberated across the vicinity. Chapter 1289. Don't push your luck, Matilda rolled her eyes. While you two are making a lot of sense, there is one vital information are unaware of. I will be needing Aeldris due to this vital information, as he is one of the few I trust to be capable of handling the task when it comes in the future, Gustav responded. What can he do that the rest of us can't? Yonda questioned with a dissatisfied glare. A lot, Gustav replied before jumping downwards. FYI, his body descended with speed as the wind brushed his hair upwards. Leaping further than a particular number of feet or stairs, WSS prohibited, but since Gustav was descending, there was no problem. It seemed like Guadev had been falling forever, since the distance between his initial location and the base of the second layer was more than 50,000 feet down. Gustav flipped his body in midair, nose diving to move faster as he cut across more distance within a couple of seconds in this posture. After about 1 more minute, BM, he landed between Aeldris and the last opponent. Gustav's right fist drove into jaw of the shocked participant before him. Bang! The body of the red-faced alien traveled across the air and slammed into the barrier on the edge of the second layer base. Crash! It broke through the barrier, and the body of the extraterrestrial being began to plummet downwards uncontrollably. Overkill! I had him. A smile appeared on Aeldris' face as pulled out a flaming 4-foot spike from his shoulder. No doubt, Gustav responded before passing a med pill to Aeldris. What happened? He proceeded to ask Aeldris. Aeldris went on to explain how he got distracted by this bunch who were climbing the stairs without caring about traps. He was unable to warn them, and they all ended up getting sent to the base of the second layer. However, he had no idea how to pinpoint exactly where the last person who went before him stepped. Everyone was already far ahead. He managed to scale about 600 feet without triggering a trap when he twitched the monolith in relief and triggered one unknowingly. He had no idea that the monolith walls had traps on them. Gustav was also quite surprised, since he wasn't aware of Tb's as well. They just subconsciously refrained from touching the monolith while climbing the stairways. When he thought more about it, he felt it made sense since some participants directly climbed the monolith walls. The handlers must have already suspected this was possible and placed traps on them as well. Don't get distracted this time, Gustav voiced while charging towards the right stairway. Sure, Aeldris replied while following closely behind. 4 hours later at this point, Gustav and the others were currently scaling the second layer. They had managed to go through the third layer without too much issues, but the moment they reached the second layer, everything changed. Not only were they now in outer space, the stairways no longer existed. Chapter 1294th Layer Obstacles. Not only were they now in outer space, the stairways no longer existed. The sight before them wasn't just the endless expanse of darkness with clusters of tiny lights in the distance. The stairway had turned completely panned out. It was smoothened and looked more like a path that extended upwards. This would have made things a lot easier, but now one could not even tell where the traps would be situated and if everyone would be affected should a person trigger one. Another issue was there happened to be areas where the pathways were missing. The participants would have to leap towards wherever the sloppy pathways resumed when they reached places like this. Leaping wasn't much of a problem, but doing all of these while trying to fend off the illusionary maniacs with long whitish gown and paper box covered faces would certainly make things a lot more difficult. These illusionary figured all had massive purplish scythes in their possession, and to make things worse, it was impossible to physically touch them, so one could only evade their strikes while they appeared randomly. Occasionally, the broken-off pathways that were laden across the monolith would vanish and reappear after some time. If someone was to leap towards a separate pathway and they vanished at that moment, they would fall straight down to the start of the fourth layer. The second layer happened to be around 100,000 feet in height. With all the mechanisms in place, everyone had obstacles that would make them slower than normal, so starting again was something no one wanted. The group were currently holding their breath as they made their way forward as quickly as they could. At this moment, no group had successfully made it to the fifth layer yet. The second layer had too many obstacles in place. Gustav and the group were successful in crossing about 15,000 feet in just a few minutes, but once they arrived at a broken-off pathway, things started to get tricky. He conjured a vortex and was about to step in when Gustav grabbed his shoulder to pull him back. The pathway 700 feet above where his vortex led to suddenly vanished. Yo, what the hell? His eyes widened as he noticed this. The group were initially unaware of the vanishing pathways that would appear and reappear randomly. They were not allowed to leap past 700 feet, so they had to wait for the pathway to reappear before getting on it. The pathway above soon reappeared, and everyone turned towards Gustav, waiting for his signal. "Not yet," Gustav voiced. "Out of my way, earthlings." A group of white-scaled, beastly-looking figures with massive horns approached from behind at full speed. FYI, they all leapt together towards the platform above, which only extended for about 10 feet. They had to leap again towards the next platform, which was further above, but the moment they did, the platform above vanished while they were still in mid-air. HNGGHH. One of them ripped one of his horns from his head, which proceeded to emit a blinding red glow and stabbed it at the monolith to prevent fall. Tonguing. The pointy tip of the horn slammed onto the monolith's smooth surface, but failed to scratch it in the slightest. Talk more of penetrating. It would take your strongest attack to cause a dent in the monolith. It has one of the toughest surfaces in the universe, the system voiced in Gustav's mind. Yeah, I noticed it's pretty dense. Gustav was still astonished even till now. Buoying, a small ripple of energy burst forth from the monolith's wall and pushed the group further away as they plummeted downwards. Argrai. The screams soon faded as the group disappeared into the clouds below. Yonda, who was about to speak earlier, swallowed his words. The platform above vanished once more, and Earth participants, as well as other groups that witnessed what had just happened, waited for a bit. When it reappeared, everyone stared at Gustav once more. "Not yet," Gustav stated again. No one tried to question him, and they all just waited. "Why are you guys also waiting?" Fildhor asked the group behind. "We're not trying to end up like those guys," one of them voiced, obviously referring to the group that plummeted to the bottom earlier. These guys. Fildhor had a stiff expression as he didn't want any of the groups following them. After waiting 2 more times for the pathway to vanish and reappear, there were already more than 100 participants behind the Earth group. "Now," Gustav yelled while leaping forward. Thuam, the moment he ascended across the air, the others followed in suit. They didn't waste a single second as the pathway below soon turned empty. Yash! They instantly landed on the next platform and leapt once more, approaching the second. Fwyi, the numbers ascending across the air at quick pace, caused the air to whoosh loudly like a whip lashing out. The groups soon realized that there were about 10 different platforms, separate from each other with 700 feet distances each. Their timing of choosing to jump had to be impeccable, or one of the platforms would vanish even after they had gotten past some, and they would eventually end up at the bottom. Gustav arrived at the 9th platform before everyone, as expected, but the moment he did, the 10th platform vanished. The 10th platform would have been the last they would need to leap from before arriving at a consistent pathway that led further ahead without separation, but now it was gone. Connect! Gustav yelled as he turned to stretch his hand out. The group grabbed each other's palm immediately as Gustav leapt sideways. Sprint has been activated. To Hush, his figure sped across the smooth surface of the monolith walls as the others dangled from him, all holding on to each other. Gustav crossed a distance of 700 feet in an instant, but he could already feel his feet slipping off the extremely smoothened surface. Fwyi, he swung his right arm forward, causing the entire group to sway upwards while still holding on to each other. Now Gustav was the last person, while Angie was at the forefront with her hands still connected to each other. Pa! Angie's feet touched on the surface of the smoothened wall, and now it was her turn. Fuhush, a burst of wind spread forth across the vicinity as Angie sped upwards at an extremely bizarre speed, dragging the rest of the group with her. Gustav's feet had already slid off the monolith walls at this point, but due to the hand connection and Angie's speed, he didn't fall off. Angie dragged everyone with her to the next pathway ANF. They arrived on it in the blink of an eye, leaving the other groups behind to cater for themselves. Phew, that was intense, Ee voiced as they peered forward. I thought we would fall. Timmy and the others also had a look of relief on their faces. Let's go, Gustav said to everyone, unbothered about the fates of the groups behind them initially. Fortunately, a few of them managed to make it, but the others, not so much. Gustav and the others spent a whole hour scaling 50,000 feet due to the many obstacles along the way. Gustav had to be very calculating to avoid a lot of issues that could send them back, not just to the base of the 4th layer, but to the very start of the monolith. It already happened to some groups. Right now they were crossing another separate pathway, following after Gustav's lead. Fush, the moment Gustav leapt towards the consistent pathway that would lead further ahead without vanishing, a massive purplish scythe appeared before him. Bang! It had been completely unexpected, and Gustav had raised his left arm at the last moment to block the attack, but it was still powerful enough to change his trajectory in midair. Next thing everyone knew, Gustav's body was sweeping towards the right, off the direction to the pathway. Gustav! Angie yelled as the illusionary figure responsible for this attack retrieved his massive scythe and swung it towards the others. Whirruth, a vortex suddenly appeared before them and swallowed the whole group. They reappeared on the pathway ahead in the next instant and found Gustav standing up ahead as well. Thanks, E, Gustav voiced in appreciation. I don't think that guy is too happy about this. E responded while pointing at the illusionary figured with a robe, a paper box covered face, and massive glowing purplish scythe. The figure turned around and charged towards him swiftly. No, I don't think he is go. The group sped forward in the next instant while Gustav explained to them that it is impossible to physically damage these illusionary beings. They had to do their best to evade them, especially since these beings had very powerful attacks. Follow current novels on topnovelful.com. Chapter 1290. One, they had to do their best to evade them, especially since these beings had very powerful attacks. The group steadily made their way upwards as swiftly as they could, occasionally coming into contact with multiple groups. Fortunately, the illusionary figures weren't as quick as most of them. They were successful in avoiding most of their attacks. The only problem with encountering these beings was they could appear at any time and anywhere. With the way they appeared out of the blue, most participants couldn't see their attacks coming. Fortunately, the Earth group had someone like EE on their side, so occasionally he would open vortexes to help anyone that was blasted off the ascending pathways. After crossing another 40,000 feet, which took them around 2 hours, Earth group arrived at the end of the right pathway. Usually those would mean they would just have to leap upwards to arrive at the next detached pathway, but for reasons unknown, there was nothing above. The detached pathways were nowhere to be found, and the monolith continuously extended into the distant space. They met a couple of groups at this edge, also waiting, and also spotted other groups stranded on the left pathways. The edge of the left pathways wasn't too far off on the side of the monolith. It looked like they would have intersected a bit further if both pathways didn't end here. Gustav immediately looked upwards. God Eyes has been activated. His sight zoomed into the distance, crossing the golden and smoothened surface of the monolith. 200 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 2,000 feet, 2,300 feet. The moment Gustav's sight zoomed past a distance of 2,300 feet, he spotted a detached golden platform with a bunch of participants standing on it. The Klaxosapes, Gustav murmured as he noticed that the Klaxosapes were being lifted across the monolith by this platform. The platform continued rising till it reached the 3,000 feet mark, and they arrived before a pathway that Gustav suspected led to the bridge between the 4th and 5th layer. It turned out that this ascending platform was one of the only 2 ways of getting to that height, since flying and leaping there was not allowed. The only other way was if they could climb the monolith, and only a very few groups were capable of climbing the monolith at the moment. Earth participants wasn't one of them. Angie could succeed in running across the monolith's surface to that height if she used her top speed, but since they were moving as a group, she couldn't do that. The surface was too smooth and could even be considered slippery for Gustav to successfully run across it to the required height, except he was as fast as Angie, which wasn't the case. Gustav could see that the platform had begun to descend, and upon closer look, there happened to be 2 golden platforms. Gustav could guess that one platform was supposed to hold participants from the left pathway edge, and the other was supposed to hold participants from the right. The Klaxosapes had made use of both due to their size, since one wouldn't be able to transport them both. While the groups at the edges waited for the platform to descend, Gustav briefed the others about the current predicament. "They're aware too," Gustav told the others. "Oh, doesn't that mean it would turn into a brawl when it descends?" Ealdris questioned while staring at the intense expressions on the faces of the groups before them. "It will," Gustav answered. At this point, more groups had arrived behind them, and before they knew it, around 300 participants crowded the edge of the pathways. "Dash, hey, watch it! You stepped on me!" "Dash, you watch it, pipsqueak!" "Dash, I will send you to the bottom of the 4th layer." The air was getting tensed, and the participants aggravated as they began to push one another. About 4 planets here were amongst the top 20, Earth included. These planets were the ones everyone was truly wary about. Zillion, Oxlurk, or Ion, and Earth. "It's coming," Gustav muttered as he spotted the platform less than 700 feet away as it descended. The group faces instantly turned serious as they leapt forward. "Fwyi, not so fast, Earthings." The group of Zillions in velvet, like armors covering their entire figure, also leapt upwards at this moment. "We're also here," the upside-down cone-headed Oxlurkix voiced loudly as the holes in their chest glowed brightly. No one was willing to let anyone go before them. Everyone wanted to be the next group to climb the golden platform. Gustav and the others knew they would have fight their way up there, just like the Klaxosapes did as well. "Tuwash, I think you should take a look at Snavel. Si Omicron M Roel Fen Dialfes Nu Omicron Viepsilinel, Mvrii, a vortex open up, swallowing all 17 Earth participants in an instant, and they arrived on the descending platform. The Zillion participants in mid-air conjured massive blades and slashed out at the powerful crimson beams shot at them. Orion participants, on the other hand, grabbed the floating fluorescent halo above their heads and swung it forward at the platform. Fui, the circular glowing weapon streaked across the air, arriving before Earth participants in an instant. Cosmic Finger, Spectrum Bind, Purple Destruction, Yonda, Eldris, and Elevra voiced at the same time as they immediately took care of 3 of these flying halos. Endrick, on the other hand, conjured a telekinetic barrier that prevented 2 from nearly decapitating E and Teamy, who were a little slower in reacting due to the speed of the halos. Thanks, Endrick! He let out a sigh of relief as the halo continuously circulated just a few inches from his face without being able to move further. Gustav, who was at the left edge of the first platform, reached out and grabbed one of before him. Sinking his fingers into the middle of the glowing circular fluorescent weapon, a loud, sizzling sound rang out. SS Kriv VL, Planet Klaxosape, versus Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth. Captain Kriv and Gustav had a brief stare-down within this vicinity of destruction as a gigantic spacecraft got blasted down from above. The spacecraft descended towards them, but before it could completely crash, both figures moved. Gustav's figure turned blurry as he charged at Captain Kriv, who also charged vigorously at him as well. Gustav arched his right arm backwards, while clenching his fist strongly as he arrived before the massive and muscular pointy rock-like being. It was like an ant charging at a grasshopper, as both figures arrived before each other, while the spacecraft craft descending was only a couple of feet away from crashing onto them. Gustav swung his clenched fist at Captain Kriv, who also threw his fist downwards at Gustav's minuscule-looking figure. Boom! Both fists collided in the next instant, causing a powerful surge of energy to rip across the vicinity. Bang! The force generated from the collision blasted into the spacecraft descending from above, causing it to shoot in another direction forcefully, while parts of it dislodged from one another. Bang! 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 Other scraped items and structures in the vicinity were hit, as well as the shock waves spread across the entire stage, while the ground caved and the barrier surrounding the battle stage flickered intensely. From the first clash alone, spectators had their jaws dropping from the physical strength these 2 displayed. Both figures had slid back upon collision, but immediately charged at each other once more without a moment of rest. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Ripples repeatedly blasted across the vicinity as Gustav and Captain Kriv clashed an uncountable number of times. Despite Captain Kriv's size, his speed was not lacking as he traded furious blows with Gustav that had turned blurry to the audience. Reinforce the barrier surrounding their stage, Handler 1 instructed one of the handlers around him. But it already has 5 layers of reinforcement, the handler reminded. Just do it! Make it 10. Just as Handler 1 said this, the first layer of the barrier blasted to pieces. Thry, the second layer, which was more powerful, instantly kicked in, protecting the surroundings and other parts of the arena from the impact of these 2 battles. On the stage, Gustav was constantly pushed back as they traded blows. There was no doubt that Captain Kriv was stronger physically. Each punch to Gustav felt like he was taking on the force of multiple fast-moving moons. Are you insulting me, Earthling? I told you not to hold back, yaha. Captain Kriv voiced as he tightened his massive fist furiously and threw a punch forward that was 3 times more powerful than the previous ones. Fwyish! Dash has been activated. Gustav's figure suddenly blurred as he appeared behind Captain Kriv the moment he swung his fist forward. Like I said, as you wish, Gustav's voiced as he threw a fist forward from behind with intensity. Captain Kriv only realized he had missed at the last moment, but his defense kicked in subconsciously as his pointy rocky back made rattling sounds as they twisted and connected to each other. Chapter 1292. Yes, Orimon, we can use it now. In the next instant, their transparent skins emitted a dark blue glow as weird markings appeared on their skins. Feather flutter! A burst of wind bursted forth from their figures as the Zionsis charged forward. Fwaiai! It was like their figures had become as light as wind as they sped across the surface of the monolith. Their figures traveled across its smooth surface with ease as they crossed a very long distance in a few seconds. The other participants in the vicinity had shocked looks as the Zionsis disappeared from view in just a couple of moments. They were now unhindered by the manner in which the monolith was structured, while the others had to head for the pathways. Gustav and the others had arrived at the bridge between the 4th and 5th layer at this moment. They once more found themselves walking through a golden path that led to a glowing doorway and a darkened cave-like opening. "Eldris, you're up!" Gustav voiced as they reached this area. Eldris? Wouldn't it be better to send someone else?" Matilda questioned from the side. "No, it has to be Eldris this time. He's the only one I trust that is capable of taking care of it," Gustav said with a cryptic tone. Eldris didn't question Gustav's decision and began walking towards the dimly lit cave-like entrance. "I have no doubt that some groups will get stranded even if they reach here," Gustav stated. "Why though? Don't they just need to sacrifice a teammate?" Teamy questioned. "It's not that simple. It hasn't been since the start. Handler 1 didn't give us the full information," Gustav responded, causing their faces to light up in bafflement. At the moment, Eldris was already walking through a dimly lit pathway within the dark cave-like entrance. Up ahead, he could spot multiple other alien participants, as well as cryogenic-like chambers where the sacrifices were supposed to move into. Eldris arrived before one of the empty cryogenic-like chamber and placed his hand on it. Reddish rays shot forth from a part of the chamber, which scanned the entirety of Eldris' figure, and in the next instant the projection of a blue, glowing planet appeared on the chamber surface. "Earth?" The surface displayed the words while opening up. Thaish, Eldris proceeded to walk in, and immediately got strapped as a gas permeated the internal structure of the chamber while it closed up. Eldris soon went into a state of deep sleep and found himself in a different world entirely. Within this world, he was required to get to the heart of Storm, where an access panel was located. "It sure is taking longer this time," Yonda voiced. "Give it time. Eldris will get it," Gustav stated with a tone of confidence. They had heard Gustav's explanation of why he had to make use of Eldris now, but Yonda somehow still expected things to be easy. Every bridge where a person had to be sacrificed, there would be challenges the sacrificed participant would have to scale. After scaling the required challenge, the rest of the planetary group would have access to the glowing doorway. Gustav knew about this since the 1st layer due to Abestos. He had spoken to Abestos through mental connection and knew exactly what he faced there. The reason Gustav knew Eldris would be needed was due to the fact that with every layer, the challenge of the sacrificial lamb got tougher. He didn't trust anyone else with the task since failure would make them get stranded here unless they decided to sacrifice another teammate. At this point, more groups were arriving in this location, and not a single planet had managed to go through even after 30 minutes had gone by. "I think you should take a look at Snavel. Si Omicron M Rualfen Dialfes Nu Omicron V Epsilon L Omicron M. If anyone runs out of breath, they are free to drop out of the challenge." Gustav wasn't entirely bothered since he was the only one that needed to get to the peak. Chapter 1293 Fwaiwai, one of the figures that sped past them earlier, suddenly turned around and charged in their direction. Bang! A kick to the spleen sent Glade crashing off the pathway as one of the Zionsis landed before Teamy. E swiftly conjured a vortex as Glade's body fell off the edge. Her body sank into the vortex before she could fall too far, and she landed back on the pathway after the appearance of the vortex opening. "What is your deal?" Timi yelled as the one responsible for kicking Glade off charged at him. Suffer just as he did. The 6-feet-tall, transparent-skinned being crashed his knee into Timi's face before he could even conjure up an attack. What the hell? Fildhor yelled as he charged in the direction of the Zionsi participant, since he was the closest, while Timi slid backwards. What in the world is Orimon doing? The Zionsi captain yelled as he noticed his subordinate had left their midst. The Earthlings are ambushing him. Swiweh, Swaiweh, Swaiwaya, I'm going to help. Before Captain Alimo could respond to any of these, 6 other subordinates turned around and sped downwards, in the direction of the Earth participants. I didn't tell. Captain Alimo had a frustrated expression as he looked downwards. Orimon had acted on his own, and now, these 5 as well. At this point, Orimon had been surrounded, and attacks were coming his way from different directions when 6 other Zionsis arrived on the pathway. Whoosh! The Zionsis conjured a massive tornado with lightning arcs swimming within them in an instant, sending it forth at the Earthlings up ahead. Gustav decided to act at this point, although he couldn't understand why this group that had passed them easily suddenly decided to attack them when his group wasn't in their way. Atomic disintegration has been activated. His entire right arm was instantly coated in a milky glow as he swung his fist forward with intensity. A powerful wave of energy spread forth as his fist blasted through the tornado, causing it to split from the destructiveness of his fist. Bits from the tornado vanished, while the rest that had split turned into tornadoes of their own, spinning in the direction of the rest behind. Swaiweh, one of the Zionsis, charged forward in a bid to help Orimon, who was already getting tossed around by Timi's attacks behind. Fwaiwai, Gustav's hand suddenly appeared before the Zionsi participant, grabbing his entire face. BLEM. Gustav spun and slammed this Zionsi into the monolith wall by the side, but the moment he did, a shock wave blasted forth from the monolith. Skriviv, Gustav, and the Zionsi was sent flying over the edge of the ascending pathway, while the other 4 Zionsis behind sped forward to attack the rest of the Earth's participants. Since they were currently way faster than everyone, they immediately got Orimon from their midst while conjuring more attacks. Gustav, Yell had called ES attention to his plummeting figure. Thurum, he focused on conjuring another vortex to help Gustav while the others dealt with the rest of the Zionsis. Since you're looking for a beating so bad, I'll give it to you, Timi voiced as his eyes glowed reddish and his entire body got coated in a layer of red. His nose was currently bleeding due to the sudden, unexpected attacks from Orimon, but now he had lost it. Glade also stared forward with a look of anguish as a massive red sickle appeared in her grasp. Die bastards! She yelled while charging forward. Swaiweh! At this moment, the captain of the Zionsis landed in their midst. The pathway in between the Earth and Zionsis participant changed form as a massive wall ascended to stop Glade's attack. Bang! I think you should take a look at Snovel. Comfy sickle slammed into the wall, causing it to get cleaved in half, but before Glade could attack again, Captain Alimo raised his arms in defeat. Wait, please! He yelled. The tip of Glade's massive sickle stopped just inches away from making contact with Captain Alimo's neck. You have 5 seconds to dissuade me from ripping you and the others behind you to pieces, Glade stated with a bloodthirsty tone. At this point, the other Zionsis had landed behind their captain as well, and they totaled around 15 in number. I apologize for my subordinate's outburst. I believe he just attacked in a fit of rage without thinking it through, Captain Alimo voiced with a respectful tone while bowing slightly. What I done? Orimon was about to speak when Captain Alimo turned around and punched him in the gut. One of the Zionsis squatted with a look of concern beside him, trying to console him. Come on, Orimon, you shouldn't have done that, the vice captain berated him. Orimon's face had a look of unfairness on his face as liquid dripped from the side of his mouth due to the pain he was feeling from his gut. My subordinate is sorry, and he'll make sure to meet proper punishment later, Captain Alumo voiced with an apologetic tone, while Orimon remained on his knees, peering forward with a look of anguish. No, that smug look. I will not allow it this time. He glared at Timi and Glade ahead, who stared at each other in contemplation. Please forgive his outburst. I'm sure he didn't mean it, Captain Alumo voiced once more. I meant it, and more. Orimon screamed internally while remaining on his knees. The image of a particular person appeared in his mind, looking completely dried up on a sick bed. Orimon gnashed his teeth together as he looked downwards and then spotted the ring like trinket on one of his fingers. His face lit up with a devious look as he reached out to touch the trinket, which emitted a faint magenta glow. Do look past his taunts, Captain Alumo kept pleading. Timi and Glade turned around to stare at Gustav behind. It's up to you two to decide if you want to forgive them or not, Gustav stated. He realized the Zionsi participant named Orimon was the same person who kept challenging Timi and Glade over and over again during the versus battle challenge. It was now obvious to everyone that this participant bore a grudge against both of them, which was why he just attacked out of the blue, but Gustav decided to leave the decision-making about the current predicament to Timi and Glade. They were the major ones affected after all. There was no doubt that Planet Zionsi was no match for them, so if Timi and Glade were to decide on dealing with them, Gustav would render support. Glade and Timi stared at each other once more in contemplation before Timi decided to speak. Well, if you can just tell that. Before Timi could complete his sentence, an incredibly bright magenta glow burst forth from behind. Everyone's eyes widened, but it was too late. A massive, blazing, magenta-colored spear had appeared a few centimeters away from Timi's chest. It came with a powerful and unfathomable burst of energy that sent a charge across the premises, blasting every single participant within range off the pathway, except for its target Timi and the figure beside him. Glade. The dangerous outburst of residual energy spread forth across a wide range on this area of the monolith, hitting everyone squarely and forcing them off. It was a power like no other, unexpected, tremendous, and seemingly beyond what any ISOP participant was capable of. In that split second where everyone was sent flying and the massive spear inches away from Timi's chest, that power. Timi will die. Gustav's figure, which was also sent flying across the air, turned into a streak of lightning. Thraz, he materialized before Timi and the spear, pushing Timi backwards with his right hand as the spear drove into his chest vigorously. Threev, Kairarhe. A blood-curdling scream that caused the entire vicinity to tremble immensely escaped Gustav's lips as he fell to his knees. He grabbed the blazing, magenta-colored spear which kept spinning and forcibly pushing forward to drill further into his chest. The burning sensation that permeated his chest caused his body to tremble from the intensity of the pain. He could feel it. From the moment this spear tore through his chest, he was gone. His internal structure was getting flamed from the inside out. He could feel his strength draining and his organs getting snuffed out. The system's voice in his head was barely audible at this point. Unable to activate regeneration. Unable to activate regeneration. Unable to activate regeneration. Warning bells were not only ringing in his head, but notifications also popping up in his line of sight, which he could barely see at this point since his vision was fading. Timi slowly got up behind after getting pushed away and wanted to approach Gustav alongside Glade, when a loud laughter rippled across the vicinity. Ha ha ha, you cannot save him. So long as he is the target, the work of the spear is not done. You will be dying for nothing, Earth Captain. Chapter 1294. So I died. Ha ha ha, you cannot save him. So long as he is the target, the work of the spear is not done. You will be dying for nothing, Earth Captain. It came from Orimon up ahead, who unsurprisingly wasn't blasted away like the others. Gustav had faintly heard his words, and his mouth hung open to say something when the spear suddenly increased more in intensity, emitting brighter flame and drilling further into him. Thriv, at this moment, Gustav lost strength completely as the massive magenta spear tore through his chest, leaving a massive hole within. As the blazing magenta-colored spear pierced through Gustav's chest completely and came out the back, it seemed to have decreased a little in intensity. However, it was still very much alive as it turned to point at its target in midair. Before the light in Gustav's eyes got snuffed out completely, he muttered a few words. Kodai R. Glade, who was initially running towards Gustav, paused the moment those words drifted into her ears. Her eyes turned listless as she stood in place for a moment. Protect Timi at the cost of your life. As these words left Gustav's mouth, he fell forward lifelessly, drowning in the pool of his own blood. At this same moment, the spear sliced through the air once more, heading in Timi's direction. Timi's hand emitted a bright red glow as he pushed his palms forward. Through your end, a burst of red energy spread across the vicinity, and in the next moment, the massive magenta spear got trapped in a cocoon of red mass. Timi groaned as the cocoon struggled to keep the spear within while draining energy from it by causing time to speed up. The cocoon had the power to speed up the time of anything within. It was just like how Timi could make things age from contact, but this happened to cover a wider range and was more powerful. However, it was taking a lot of bloodline energy from him. Timi slid backwards as the wind blasting across the place was unable to be hindered. The spear energy was slowly decreasing in intensity from growing old, but Timi's arms were starting to tremble. KRRYYYCHHH, KRRYCHHH. Cracks began to appear all over the reddish cocoon when Glade appeared beside Timi. Without saying a word, she moved to Timi's back and placed her hands on them. Timi felt energy flow into him from behind as Glade combined her bloodline energy with his. As both their energies mixed, the cracks on the cocoon mended. The time-decaying energy within increased intensely, causing the magenta-colored spear to shrink swiftly. Orimon's eyes widened in disbelief as the spear soon vanished. Impossible. It's supposed to, he muttered with a deranged look. At this point, Timi and Glade were breathing in and out profusely while the cocoon deactivated. Timi's arms and legs trembled as he stared at Gustav's corpse up ahead and then glared at Orimon up ahead with unbridled anger building up from within. You're finished. His voice trembled as his eyes turned dark with hatred. Orimon shivered as he felt the intense bloodlust from Timi and slowly moved backwards while touching the trinket wrapped around one of his fingers in confusion. All of a sudden, Tuish, a bright magenta light bursted forth once more. Timi's eyes widened as the spear reappeared inches away from his chest with the same full vigor as before. Pachai, a figure had appeared before him at the last moment, but the spear stabbed through this person, with the tip pushing halfway out of their back and then proceeded to pierce through Timi's chest as well. They were both sent flying as they collided with the monolith wall behind and got hung there by the spear, which tipped Mamaged to pierce through the monolith surface. Blurgro! They both spat out blood as their faces displayed an expression of torment. He stuttered repeatedly, unable to find words, as a deep feeling of regret welled up from within. Vera knelt before Gustav's corpse, as well, while some of the others stood in between Glade and Gustav's corpses, unable to believe their eyes. How could all three of them have met their end from one attack? Fildhor was unable to comprehend how this was even possible. A bone-chilling murderous intent spread across the vicinity as Angie turned around to stare at the transparent-skinned, 6-foot figure ahead. You did this, didn't you? Angie's voice was colder than the Arctic as her hair began to float upwards due to the immense bloodline energy emitting from her figure. Oh, I didn't mean to. Orimon seemed to realize the situation he was in and quickly stepped backwards in fear. He was glad to have gotten his revenge for his brother, but now he could see he was in a situation he might never be able to get out from. He's alive. Varys Ois called out from behind, causing Angie to pause. Angie's coldness instantly vanished as she turned around. Gustav's fingers twitched repeatedly, confirming Varys' statement. Angie quickly reached down and turned Gustav over. Gustav's eyelashes, which were also blood-soaked, fluttered a couple of times before they finally sprang open. Angie and everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment and utter confusion. There was no doubt that they couldn't sense any life from Gustav earlier, but all of a sudden, he came back to life. Gustav's eyes darted around as vision returned to him. Before he could completely access the current situation, Angie had wrapped her warm hands around his blood-soaked figure. I thought you were gone. Tears slid down her cheeks as she felt the pump of Gustav's heart against her chest. Gustav was unresponsive for a moment as his perception swept across the place. So I died. I see, he muttered as he slowly unfurled Angie's arms around his body and stood to his feet. There was not a hint of relief on Gustav's face as he silently stepped forward amidst the stares of everyone. He passed by Glade's corpse without a look of remorse or sympathy, but paused the moment he arrived before Timi. SSS, his physical energy, is increasing by the second. The more this battle prolongs, the stronger he'll get. Gustav also came to this realization using God Eyes. Zing, a 5-feet-long katana appeared in Gustav's grasp in the next instant, which instantly automatically unsheathed. Electric arcs could be seen swimming across the red blade as it emitted a certain pressure the moment Gustav touched the hilt. This was the Jiko Hakai katana, and Gustav had decided to make use of it since he wanted to maintain a no direct contact battle. Gustav gathered energy as he raised the Jiko Hakai katana in a vertical format. The katana's red blade glowed brightly as the electric arcs swimming around it increased in length and intensity. Captain Kriv, who was trying to get up from up ahead, sensed another feeling of danger as he stared forward. Thawing. The entire stage had been lit up in bright red as Gustav placed his second hand on the hilt of the katana before swinging it downwards with great might. Captain Kriv ignored the pain he was feeling and quickly jumped to his feet. Follow current novels on topnovelfool.com. Chapter 1295. The air of tension and fear that spread across the place. Only one person could be responsible for this. It's not your fault. You did your best. I don't regret following you. It was the best venture of my life. Timi's voiced weakly while Gustav listened attentively. I certainly would do it again if time was reversed. My only regret is not being able to continue this journey with you all. You guys are family to me. A trail of tear leaked down Timi's eyes as his blood-soaked hand reached out to grab Gustav. Take my bloodline. I want you to put it to good use. Timi's voice trailed off after saying this, and his hands fell weakly as he finally let out his last breath. Gustav stared at the massive charred hole in Timi's chest and then proceeded to touch his corpse. His face was still as expressionless as his fingers made contact with Timi's blood. Bloodline acquisition has been activated. Calculating host compatibility rate with Crimson Matter Bloodline. 0/100%. 24/100%, 52/100%, 79/1000%. Host compatibility with Crimson Matter is 91%. Does host wish to extract this bloodline? Yes/no. Everyone's gaze remained transfixed on Gustav's position. It seemed like they couldn't get their eyes off him as he remained in place for a few seconds before finally standing to his feet. Bloodline successfully acquired. Gustav moved towards Glade's corpse and performed the same action. Bloodline successfully acquired. Host has acquired 2 halves of a bloodline. Does host wish to merge them? Yes/no. At this moment, Gustav was no longer paying attention to the system notifications popping up by the left corner of his eyes. He slowly turned around as a silent rage began building within him. The monolith, which was a structure of great power and strength, trembled as he stared at Orimon up ahead. "Now that you have achieved your objective," Gustav began stepping forward slowly, "I hope you're prepared to meet your end in the most gruesome, painstaking way you can ever imagine." The more Gustav spoke, the greater the chill that spread across space. Everyone could feel an immense sense of dread spread across the vicinity that had them frozen in place. Their eyes had widened in fear as a dark and horrifying gloom weighed on their figure. Gustav wasn't facing them directly yet. The fear they felt was indescribable. They could only imagine how Orimon, who was the target of all this negative energy, could feel at the moment. "I will grant you a such decorative and merciless end that will make even the devil weep in sympathy." Gustav kept speaking as he slowly stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps were incredibly haunting and sounded extremely loud, yet gentle to everyone in the vicinity. Even participants from other groups who were approaching this area had paused in fear because they could all feel it, the fear of death. Orimon's entire body quaked as his transparent skin produced sweat in great number. He couldn't even move an inch. All he could think at this moment was, "This is the end." Not a single coherent thought made him feel he could escape things. A veil of darkish red aura was being emitting from Gustav's body at this point. It looked like an ancient demon was awakening as it casted darkness across this already dark part of space. Every single participant on the monolith wondered what was happening at this point, since the monolith's quake was increasing in intensity. Gustav slowly reached out his right hand as he approached Orimon with glowing red eyes. It felt like time was moving slow, but the truth was not much time had passed at all. This moment just happened to be so intense and gut-wrenching that every second felt like 1,000 seconds. Warning: host heart rate is increasing beyond safely threshold. Warning: host heart rate is increasing beyond safely threshold. Unable to calm host heart rate. I should stop him. Eldris gulped down saliva as he recalled they could get disqualified for purposely killing another participant. Unfortunately, he was unable to take a step forward, just like everyone. Sweat rolled down his back as his knees trembled. Meanwhile, Gustav had arrived before Orimon at this moment and was about to make contact with him. Zurich! All of a sudden, Orimon vanished from his line of sight. "I think you should take a look at Snavel." Gustav's eyebrows furrowed as he saw his hand grab thin air. He slowly turned to the side. Zrira, Zrira, Zraya, Zrira. Handlers had appeared all over the monolith in large numbers. One of them stood about 20 feet away from Gustav with Orimon in his grasp. "Give him back!" A burst of wind spread forth from Gustav's being upon his utterance, causing the handlers' robes to flap furiously. They could feel the pressure Gustav's presence emitted and realized that things could get troublesome even with their arrival. Gustav Crimson, killing a participant knowingly is punishable by disqualification. Performing such an action is akin to the Earth forfeiting Aesop right now, the handler holding onto Orimon's figure voiced with a compelling tone in a bid to resolve things amicably. "It doesn't matter, they will die, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." Gustav's voice was like a divine mandate, causing even the powerful handlers to tremble slightly. Such hatred-filled eyes. They were starting to doubt they would be able to get across to him. Fwai! Gustav's figure vanished and instantly reappeared before the handler. Bang! A fist drove into the handler's chest, sending him catapulting across space. Everyone's eyes widened as they spotted Orimon in Gustav's grasp. How did he? The handlers were in complete shock as well. Orimon was shivering in complete fear as Gustav held him by the neck like a chicken. "Now where was I?" Gustav voiced as he held Orimon up. Swoosh! The handlers swooped in immediately, all holding on to different parts of Gustav's body to stop him from taking Orimon's life. "Don't do it, Captain Crimson," they voiced while activating their powers to trap Gustav in place. "Get off me!" A burst of dark reddish energy blasted forth from Gustav's being, crashing heavily into all the handlers in the vicinity and sending them flying. What in the world? I was unable to imprint. One of the handlers muttered with a tone of shock as his body spiraled across space after the hit. Phew whoosh, the handlers were pretty powerful, so they had managed to stabilize their figures after some time and began swooping forward once more. However, Gustav had Orimon in his grasp and could end his life before they got to him. Gustav raised Orimon and stared him deep in the eyes, causing a new wave of fear to spread across his body. "No one is going to save you from me," Gustav stated as his hands tightened around Orimon's neck. "K.P." Orimon spluttered continuously while Gustav raised his second hand to perform an action. Swoosh, a trembling figure appeared behind him and held his arm before he could completely his action. "Gustav!" The hold wasn't what stopped him at this moment. Instead, it was the female voice that had just called out his name. "Timmy wouldn't have wanted us to get disqualified. He would have wanted us to win for him." Angie's entire body was trembling and sweaty, but she managed to squeeze out of these words. "SSS Crimson! 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 Crimson!" They had been completely astonished by this battle. It was way more spectacular and destructive than any other battle they had seen so far. Phew! What would have happened if Handler 1 didn't ask for the reinforcement of the barrier? One of the handlers stared at the destruction with a slight look of relief. 6 layers of barriers had been destroyed. Usually every stage had only 5, but Handler 1 had asked for this one to be reinforced with 5 extra layers after the battle began. Had this not been the case, one couldn't tell how the entire arena would have been affected. Gustav Crimson, Planet Earth. Wins, 1,400 points attained. Dash. These two have to be the strongest captains for sure. Dash. Captain Kriv is the strongest physically even though he lost. Dash. How did Captain Crimson manage to win against that? Dash. Captain Crimson is a beast for sure. The spectators discussed about the battle as Gustav moved out of the stage while transforming back into his usual looks. The spectators wondered if any captain would have been able to survive such with Captain Kriv's overpowered state. They couldn't imagine anyone winning, even though they knew a couple of captains were assumed to be ranked on the same level of strength. At the last few minutes of the battle, Gustav had substituted himself with one of his energy siphoning spheres. Since he could conjure an empty energy sphere and make it invisible on command, he placed one quite a distance away and substituted with it when Captain Kriv was about to drive his fist into him. This substitution technically changed the whole scenario, since the sphere absorbed the force from Captain Kriv's punch and then detonated at Gustav's command. Chapter 1296. Angie moved to his front and placed his face on her chest while hugging his body completely to hers. "It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself." She uttered words of comfort while rubbing his hair. She could feel wetness on her chest, but she didn't stop. She continuously stroked his hair while also fighting tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Timmy was one of the most unproblematic people in their circle asides Ildris. The only times he got mad was when any of them got hurt or suffered any type of injustice. It looked like he was never bothered by anything, but everyone knew this was far from the case. Timmy didn't like to act like he cared, yet he was one of the biggest softies amongst them, going as far to volunteer every time someone was needed to keep an eye on Falco since he got injured. Timmy always stood up for the others every situation where he had the chance, and despite coming from a background of wealth, he had never shown any form of pride. Rhea looked like he had taken the biggest hit amongst them all as he remained in a kneeling position before Timmy's corpse. They had known each other since when they were little, and although Rhea would mostly call Gustav his rival, Timmy was the person who emotionally held that position. "Didn't we have a bet on who would be stronger when we reached the age of 22? Rhea's tears fell uncontrollably like raindrops. "Why, what? Why have you chosen to let me win? Rhea's lips quivered as he muttered. He placed his hand on Rhea's left shoulder without saying a word. They had all taken a hit from this, so they could only comfort each other. I couldn't even move to stop him. E.'s other fist tightened in remorse as he stood in place briefly. He realized how fear had kept him in place, whereas Angie managed to overcome that and stopped Gustav before things got messy. A feeling of shame washed over him. If his friend lost it due to any unexpected situation, it was his job to always be ready to offer assistance in whatever manner that was needed depending on the situation. He felt he had failed by not being able to overcome the fear of death and dread that encapsulated the vicinity from Gustav's wrath. He had also sworn to be cool and collected even in the worst types of situation, since it was the best way he could render assistance, but he realized he had just failed. He decided to stop berating himself in the meantime, since this wasn't the place for self-reflection. He raised his head and stepped forward in the direction of the handlers. What is going to happen to him now? He just killed our teammate. How will you, the handlers, punish him? He questioned in successions with a calm tone. First, we will investigate to discover if the attack was done with the intent to kill or the death only happened accidentally. One of the handlers answered. E.'s face instantly squeezed up the moment he heard that. What do you guys mean by accidentally? He spat. That Xianxi participant attacked with the intention to kill. Matilda yelled from the side as she approached them. What she said? Sheila voiced as well from the side. This hasn't been the first death since Aesop began. I believe the Earth is well aware that deaths occur in Aesop. We only meet punishment when the death was orchestrated intentionally. In a case where it is accidental, the team is given a strike. 2 strikes would, of course, lead to disqualification, but in this case, we have to investigate before drawing a conclusion, the handler explained with an apologetic tone. You can't be serious, Elevra stated with a strong tone. What is there to investigate? Fildhor chimed in. Hey Baldy, are you fucking blind? That bastard obviously did this intentionally. Yonda also yelled as well. Although he wasn't close to Timmy or Glade, they were still his fellow teammates, and he was getting sick of how things were playing out. This participant had grievances with the 2 who lost their lives here today. We are well aware that this wasn't done accidentally, he said. Investigations will have to be carried out first. That is just how things are done. If Earth participants have statements concerning the issue, they can visit the board to table them after the monolith challenge ends. After saying this, the handlers began to vanish one after the other. What happens now? He asked before the last one vanished. The rest Xianxis get to finish the challenge, but this one comes with us. Zing, after vanishing with Orimon. Everyone had looks of anguish mix their current mournful expressions. I think you should take a look at Snovel. Siamacronem, those bastards. How could they ask them to continue? Almost everyone seemed to have gotten incensed by the handler's approach of the situation. Those bastards didn't show up till after their deaths. How is any of this fair? Yonda stated loudly. Endrick watched from the side with an expression of remorse and regret. He stretched out his hand in Gustav's direction, but lowered it in the next instant. I'm sorry, big brother. This is all my fault, he muttered underneath his breath. I should have. I could say I did the right thing by not intervening, but that would just be a way of consoling myself. It's all my fault. Endrick stood in place with a sorrowful expression. Don't blame yourself. There was nothing you could have done, Husarius voiced in his mind. You and I are both aware that's false. I could have prevented this. I saw it, but still let it happen. He would have lost way more if you intervened, so this was the best course of action. What if I could have prevented everything? Don't be delusional. If you had prevented this and kept preventing the future calamities it wrought, calamities would continue to stack in the future till it reaches a point where you longer have the power to prevent them. When that happens, your brother would lose everything. Don't mess with the fates, Husarius voiced with a cautioning tone. Endrick let out another sigh as he stared forward at Gustav, who was still in Angie's arms. Hasn't he suffered enough? I just want to take all his sorrows away, Endrick mumbled as a feeling of powerlessness welled up from within. The Monolith Challenge was still ongoing at this time, and the entire Earth spectators area was in uproar. The Earthlings were not interested in any excuse the handlers had to give and demanded for the Zionsis to be immediately punished by disqualification. The entire arena was extremely noisy at this point, with loud arguments reverberated across it. I thought you would rip the whole place to bits. When Gustav lost his life earlier, Grand Commander Cheyenne was a little surprised, even though Gustav came back from the dead. I knew he wasn't gone. Death is not powerful enough to take that kid away, Miss Amy responded with an unbothered look. How did he manage come back to life? Grand Commander Cheyenne and many others had this question in mind, but since they were more concerned about making sure the Zionsis get punished, none of them dwelled on this confusion. Only Miss Amy was aware that Gustav had the reincarnation bloodline all this time that one belonged to young Joe. Gustav had informed Miss Amy that should he lose his life here in Aesop, she shouldn't interfere. Miss Amy had to promise him that she wouldn't, because Gustav knew how impulsive she could be in a situation that concerned him. She would still not allow any harm to befall Gustav so long as she was watching, but since this was a competition and she didn't want to ruin it for him, she decided to stay put. The handlers had brought back the bodies of Glade and Teamy. Grand Commander Cheyenne went to receive them with a few other officers, so proper procedures would be put in place. The entire Earth was currently in a state of mourning after losing 2 young participants with great potential, but Aesop was still ongoing, and they still wished to win. The uproar would not die down, but they were hoping and praying the participants would still have it in them to climb to the top of the monolith and take a spot amongst the 200, or all of this would have been for nothing. Many spectators couldn't believe how Earthlings could be so emotional about losing 2 participants when some of them had lost more than 2 since Aesop began. They didn't understand that Earthlings were very emotional beings. Author's note: please vote for Gustav in the character popularity contest. 7 hours are left before the next preliminary, and he needs to reach 16th place on the ranking. I know it's late, but there will be a mass release if Gustav reaches 16th place. Chapter 1297. They didn't understand that Earthlings were very emotional beings. A lot of time had passed on the monolith, and tons of groups had surpassed Earth participants on the monolith. Many of them used the left pathways to avoid bumping into Earth participants who occupied a part of the pathways for longer than expected. They had felt the dread earlier on that came from Gustav and decided it wouldn't be sensible to keep going right. At this point, it was starting to look like Earth would fail to reach the peak before all 200 spots were taken. Let's go, Gustav voiced after some time and sped forward instantly. None of them were able to get a word in before Gustav sped off. Try to keep up. His voice trailed off while the others moved at this point. It seemed like Gustav didn't want to move as a group anymore since he no longer slowed his speed to match with the others. Sprint has been activated. Fush, only Angie was able to keep up with Gustav at this point as they both headed for the peak. The rest of the group lagged behind, and some of them now realized just how fast Gustav was. There was no doubt that they had been surpassed by Mamie groups initially, but the moment Angie and Gustav moved, they covered a long distance in very short time. The group understood that Gustav had to get to the peak as soon as possible since they had taken time below. It only took a short time for Gustav and Angie to arrive at the peak of the monolith. However, the moment they did, they met with a bunch of groups up ahead. The peak had an exalted area was the size of an entire stadium. Meanwhile, the whole peak of the monolith covered a radius of around 7,000 feet. It was as large as a couple of streets combined. The exalted area on the peak was where the blinding glow originated from, and it was also where the 200 spots for captains were situated. One would have to walk through the glow to get to one of the spots. However, to get to the exalted area on the peak, a loud roar reverberated across the peak. Gustav stared at the massive 60 feet tall creatures that were positioned around the exalted area. There were around 20 of them, and no doubt each powerful. These creatures had massive black space helmets covering their heads, so their facial structures weren't visible. However, their bodies were shaped like apes, and they also happened to have 14 dark tentacles strapped to their backs, despite their muscular frame. The captains would have to get past them to gain access to the exalted area. At the moment, participants and captains were engaging these creatures in a bid to get an opening. Unfortunately, things weren't easy in the slightest. The creatures were not only large, but their dark tentacles could extend as well, which made it easier for them to cover large distances. Captains would occasionally try to leap over them so they could land within the exalted area, but such never ended well. Gustav watched a captain get completed, wrapped by the dark tentacles, and flung off the peak. While almost everyone was tensed, Gustav was getting fired up as he squeezed his fist with a cold glare. "Just what I needed," he muttered while stepping forward. Swooah! An immense pressure radiated from his being, causing the participants around to instantly stare at him with a look of confoundment. Gustav leapt forward in the next instant, while Angie followed behind him. Gustav's arm transformed, becoming massive and reddish as he descended from the air. Thwai, thwai. Gustav's body twisted and flipped multiple times in midair, dodging the multiple tentacles that shot at him while he descended. "Go down!" The surroundings trembled as his powerful fist landed on the heads of one of the creatures. Boom! A loud crash reverberated across the peak of the monolith, sending shockwaves across space that pushed everyone back. The jaws of nearly every participant here dropped as the creature that received the fist slumped heavily to the golden peak. "I think you should take a look at Snavel." Thwaya. Gustav didn't get the chance to stabilize himself as tentacles latched onto his figure from directions. His face showed a crazed look as he reached out to grab one of the tentacles and pulled the creature towards him. "I must go offer my condolences. I cannot imagine how he must feel for being unable to protect his subordinate," Stark said to the figures beside him as he stared at the screens. "Family head, I know you're going to say I should stay away from him, but I will not watch him suffer such without at least offering support in form of condolence." "It isn't up for debate," Stark pointed out clearly, causing the figures beside him to keep quiet. "I have spoken with Timmy before, and I find him to be a very warm person. Sigh, what a loss." Even with all that, Gustav still managed to finish the challenge. Stark felt both sympathetic and respectful at the same time. Currently, the Earth spectators' areas was still in shambles. A bittersweet feeling arose within them. Timmy had been lost, but Gustav managed to claim a spot amongst the 200, getting Earth to the next stage. "Timmy! Timmy! Timmy! Timmy!" At first, it was a little chant from one person, but soon other Earthlings began to join in. "Timmy! Timmy! 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 Timmy!" Soon it became a fully vibrant chant from Earth's audience. It resonated deep from their hearts as they hailed this fallen participant. Even on Earth, as everyone witnessed Aesop on the big screens, the chants had overtaken the sound of vehicles. Almost every single person chanted Timmy's name. It was like a memorial while the monolith challenge had come to an end with the end of his life. Zing, 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 zing. The groups that made it began to appear in the middle of the arena one after the other. In a bit, all 200 groups that passed had appeared in the arena. Cheers mixed with chatters rang out from the spectators' corners, while Handler, one moved to address them. Eldris, Abestos, and Sharama, who didn't get to the peak with the others since there were sacrifices, were just hearing about Timmy. Eldris was in disbelief for some time after hearing the full gist of things from E. He couldn't comprehend how such a thing could have taken place with everyone right there. I should not have been away from them. I should have let someone else been sacrificed. Eldris blamed himself internally, but at the same time he felt he might have still failed to protect Timi, even if he was present, since Gustav also became a victim. It felt like a dream, but unfortunately, this was the new reality of things. Timi was gone, and they would have to continue without him, not for long. Gustav's gaze was laced with absolute coldness, as he stated. The Xiansis could feel his gaze of coldness penetrating their skins, and instantly felt uncomfortable. They couldn't even stare back and had the urge to sink into the ground upon noticing Gustav's penetrative gaze. Captain Alumo was the most conflicted of the bunch, as he didn't know whether to approach Gustav and apologize for Ormon's actions or just stay put. The major problem was how the apology would be perceived. If he apologized, he risked putting the Xiansis in a state where he is supposedly admitting that the act was committed intentionally. This could also lead to a disqualification for them and be thought about how far his group had come since the start. No one thought they would make it this far, and now he had to proceed with decisions in the best interest of his planet. I am sorry, Captain Crimson. I really wish I could admit that it was done intentionally, but I cannot. I cannot jeopardize the progress of my group after they have worked this hard to get here. I will put everything into making sure we are only given a strike and not disqualified. Captain Alumo let out a sigh as he came to a conclusion in his head. Earth participants continued staring daggers at them while waiting for Handler One's briefing to be concluded. The next challenge will hold in 5 days from now, and the participants shall be spilt into 4 groups, Handler One voiced. Everyone paid more attention as Handler One got to this point. These 4 groups will each have 50 planets within under a particular color. Handler One went on to explain the 4 groups would be named after colors: red, blue, green, and yellow. When the time came, participants would be given colored vests that represent the groups they fall under. Unfortunately, we're unable to get Gustav to top 16, so no mass release. However, in appreciation to everyone who voted, it'll release 2 chapters tomorrow. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.